Hello everyone, welcome here. Let's go ahead and load up our save, why don't we? Alright, so here we are in the wonderful world of a crappy little factory. Hello Sealith. Space or riot? Well, you may have to riot, because I don't know if we're going to get the space or not. We'll see. An attempt will be made. At least a small attempt. Where are those fish I have in my inventory? There they are. Let's just get rid of these. And let's see. Got some yellow ammo. Get rid of that over here. Wood. Have anything else I need to get rid of? I don't think so. Alright. So at the end of last time, we had just finished automating furnaces and efficiency modules. So I have a stack of furnaces on me, I believe. A little bit more than that. Okay, let me check this half array. This has 24. Yeah, I think it's 48 for a full red belt. That sounds about right. And this long one is 72. Yeah, that I think is the blue belt rate. Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right. This is bringing in... This is a fairly clever furnace stack, actually. It's using one belt for each side as both input and output. Anyway. But I'm more interested in building around red belts right now. I think I do actually have blue belts unlocked. No, I don't. Okay. What would I need to do to unlock blue belts? Purple science, that's what I would need to do. Do I even have purple science unlocked? I think I do. Yeah, there it is. What's it take to produce? Electric furnace, productivity modules, and rails. I could get purple science going. I don't think so though, not yet. I want to build a better factory first. Or I want to build better raw material production for my future better factory. There we go. So speaking of said better raw material production, I'm debating whether or not I want to stick it here or whether I want to put it here. And I'm thinking here simply because I have better defenses here already. And if I put it down here, then we're going to create a bunch of pollution streaming out this way. And then this wall might actually get attacked occasionally, and I might have to beef it up. As I put it here, then we already have strong walls to hold against the invading foes. Although we still don't have a wall across this gap. And I should probably do something about that. So I think we're going to do our furnace stacks here. But first, I am going to start removing some stuff. I believe, let's get rid of these defenses. Because we don't need back-facing defenses right now. The ammo belt has to stay, because that's still being used. And really, yeah, there we go. get rid of these unused power poles, or if you're going to be unused power poles in the near future. Okay. Some of this crap out of here. And fly, robots, fly. I didn't want you to build those rails, but alright. My fault for standing that close. Honestly, it'll probably be faster for me just to remove the turrets myself. Anyway, eventually I should move this ammo belt. Go back to the double ammo belt that the blueprint originally came with. But yeah, we'll see. And also I need to get roboports because before I go to space I would like to have robots covering most of the base. Most important parts of the base. And roboports automated so that I can cover more parts of the base remotely by ordering robots to build roboports. At least that would be the idea. Yeah, don't build those, please. Thank you. Alright. Lovely. Now, that gets rid of the back wall defenses. I don't think I'm gonna double up this yet. We'll just leave this through here for now. We will have to work around it when we start branching off to, well, maybe we'll branch off this top. Okay, it's time to make this into a proper freeway. What do I call it? Okay. Then make this into a proper intersection. And the way to do that is to actually just remove those signals and find the right blueprint in the book of blueprints. And then be very annoyed with myself at that, well, okay, I guess. Those towers aren't actually off. There. Okay. Lovely. I'll put that there. It's not right where it's supposed to go, but it will have to do. I'm going to remove that. Remove you. Put you there, because I like the way that looks better. Alright. Fly, robots, fly. This is going to probably end up being a fairly relative to the rest of the network anyway, high traffic junction due to the need for trains to go to the smelters. How much rail do I have left right now? Also, we now have plenty of piercing magazines. We're definitely not going to need any of those for a while. I probably should go dump some. Back at the ammo factories. And we're out of rails, I'm guessing. Alright, let's go get some more rails. We're going to need a lot of them. And while we're at it, let's go get more... Or let's get rid of some of this ammunition. We definitely need to get actual repair bots out for these walls. But to do that, I'm going to need to... We're gonna call it. Oh... I'm going to need to build a whole shit ton of roboports, which is going to take a rather large amount of advanced circuits. The steering, steel and gear wheels, no big deal. Advanced circuits, I don't have the production for right now. Also, I need to get more stone going. We're not exactly running low on stone yet, but it's not far off. I do have mineable stone inside the walls right now, don't I? Don't I? Yeah, right there. 1.8 million. Okay. So when we go build a copper mine, we should also build a stone mine. That, however, is a future Milo problem. But before I build the copper mine, I want to build the copper smelter. Okay. So that gets us... enough modules to fill all of our electric furnaces that we have in our inventory. Actually, how many furnaces are we building? Are we just building a stack of 50? Yes, okay. So 50 of those, 150 modules. Wait. These are only 2 slots, aren't they? Yep. Okay. Well then. Let's do that. Alright. Now. It does mean we have some extra modules on us. Which is not the end of the world, but I'd rather not do that right now. Okay. You know, one of the things about the Alone in the Dark run, I was like, I'll give myself an incentive to use lights, because I never use lights most of the time. And here we are. Back to my old habits, the very... Oh, I forgot to grab rails. Back to my old habits of never using lights for anything. The very instant that I can do so. All right. We are looking for rails, which should be over here. All right. Now, I need to design rail stations that include waiting bays and also are compact, designed around the size of a furnace stack. And I think I either want to use 8 long or 4 long trains. 6 long trains are just going to be a bad idea, I think. Because they're inconvenient for unloading and loading. I think I'm just going to do 4 long. Let me look something up. Looks like most people seem to like a 2-engine or a 1-engine to 2-car ratio. Which means 2-4 would probably be... It comes down to how much acceleration and top speed you want, I guess. I think good old 2-4 is probably the best way to do this. Okay, so before we start building stuff, I want to fix the broken parts of this blueprint. Okay, we have bots off. Okay. Everything is going to be 1 tile longer, basically, because of the way the new corners work. And this is 1 tile too long now. Boom, okay. Select new contents. Boom. Save blueprint. Now. Okay. Now. Next up with this piece. Boom. Okay. I kind of doubt we're going to use any of these pre-made blueprint pieces for the next station we're doing. But I want them to all be available and at least partially compatible. So I'm going to standardize on 2-4 trains, and I want my 2-4 blueprints to be fixed. No, I don't want to do that. What? Okay, there we go. So these were all blueprints that we painstakingly made on the run before the Alone in the Dark run. And they served us very well over there. Because I was able to stamp out some quite large train stations very, very quickly. Okay. I think... No, I think this is okay. Because these are all designed to snap together in a variety of ways. Hello, Dread. And I was worried about whether or not the a power pole had gotten lost from that one blueprint somehow. But it looks like it was okay. Okay. Boom. Okay, there's the empty station module. So you begin to see how this might all snap together neatly. We have well-defined electrical connections between bays and all that fun stuff. I'm going to, of course, have to check that this stuff still goes together. Because it's not guaranteed. Just because I fixed it so that the rails look like they might be correct doesn't necessarily mean that they are. Okay. Now, this one might need modification. Don't think it will. Guess we'll find out in a second. Okay, this one is going to require modification. How much modification is the next question. Now, we might have to straight up just build this. Okay, so the stacker lanes are supposed to be pasted beside each other like this. Boom, 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 as many as we need. Be awesome if we could put them tight up against each other like that, but I don't think that's even a reasonable thing to think about. Let's grab this section so I can lay them out. Like, I don't think I could tweak signals in between the tight together tracks like that. Here, let's put one over here for future reference. And we're going to try some fun signals with this one. Because there's... on some pieces you can put signals between them on curves. Okay. Go, my pretties. This needs to be built so I can actually try putting signals on it. Okay. We could, very jankily, put signals right there. Now, what about down here? No. Okay, so without exit signals, this is worthless. Unless I was able to modify the track layout a little bit to make it work. Okay. Surely this doesn't work. No, it does not. Okay. Well, let's cut it off to higher up then. Nope. Okay. Let's see, what worked on the other one? Honestly shocking that it lets you do this. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any way. Okay. Yep. Nope. Okay. So putting them right side by side is not going to work. Alas. Because man, it would make the stuff way more compact if you could. You know, we probably could put a weird little wiggle at the bottom. That'd make it work. Do something like that. Yeah. Wait. So it works if it curves that way, but what if I curve it the other way? Well, why is it working now? Maybe the curve is too tight? The same curve. Okay. Oh, wait, that's for the other rail. Huh? That's weird. You can put it only for some directions. That's wild. Well, okay. That idea's dead anyway. Alright. This is going to have to be built. So that we can place signals on it. Because for some reason signals on blueprints don't display properly. I think we're going to place it up here close to the top. And then we're going to have the exit signal. Okay. These don't connect. I think we're going to put the exit signals down here. That will give us plenty of space. The height of this rack is determined entirely by this section of the blueprint, and it looks like it's off by one. Okay. Let's fix that then. In that case, there's no need to push this down farther. Okay. Boom. Yeah, because it's got to shift down 2 to match up. Okay. Delete that. This needs to go out one more tile, probably. If I had to guess. Grab a copy of it. Okay. If I had to guess, these aren't actually going to connect. Well, let's find out. Nope. One tile short up there. And it does connect down here. Good. Alright. So this needs to be extended one tile out. Which I suspected. Because that is how the old blueprint was. After the end of the curve, there was 2 straight sections. Okay. Go ahead and replace contents. Boom. One brand spanking new stacker lane. Now, all that's really left to fix in there is the 4-way blueprint. Which 4-way junctions are not something that are used very often, by me at least. But I probably should fix the blueprint anyway while I'm messing around with it. The proper way to fix a 4-way blueprint is not to take this blueprint and fix it. It is instead to take this blueprint, turn off the roll port, remove most of the signals, flip it, and paste it in again, and then remove most of the signals for a second time. And realize that you screwed it up. Okay. There we go. Now remove most of the signals again. Okay, go robots go, because we're going to have to actually build this thing so I can signal it properly. This is a relatively ugly junction. Probably going to be fairly inefficient. But there's only so much you can do. Alright. Okay, so theoretically this is a valid signaling of this junction. We also need to get straight action to know it is not a valid signaling of this junction because I forgot to do something important. We need straight through tracks. Okay. Now, I don't think I can actually signal this properly. Looking at it some more. Because we have all the inner signal slots filled. Not all of them, but all the relevant ones. And I don't have enough space to place more signals to actually get it to be valid. So we could do this horribly inefficient pattern where only one train can actually be inside the junction at a time. But that is, as you may imagine, horribly inefficient. This simply packs too many trains into too small of an area. To signal properly. If we spread the rails farther, then we could signal it. Is that worth the effort? Maybe. The problem is, how large does the junction become then? That's a good question, because I don't actually know. Maybe it doesn't become too large. Guess we'll find out. I'm going to try building it. This is looking like it might not be too huge. So far. Whether this works or not is a different story. Problems. This side is not the same as the other. Easy fix. Okay. That does help some. Maybe. Possibly quite a lot. Now, of course, we have the problem of curves going from here to there. Good luck with that. And that's going to immediately destroy signalability. Hello, survey. Well, we're missing half of the direction change tracks here. Actually, wait a second. That might work. This is probably not going to be signalable either. But it's worth a try. Basically this exact design, but spread more. Alright. Let's see what we can do with signals. Okay, incoming. Outgoing. This can't get a signal. That's a problem. Possibly. Probably. Okay, some parts of this are starting to take shape. Okay. Now let's think about this. Oh, I can't put... Oh yeah, of course, because of the direction of travel. I need to be able to put a signal on these. Means these two can't be here. Okay. That almost works. Well, it's pretty clear at this point that we're not going to be able to get our main goal of this line, for example, not interfering with this line. But we will be able to get a goal of something turning from here, not interfering with that. Except not really. Unless we signal that. Okay, that's an immediate improvement. What other improvements can we make? Not very many. This is way too compact to do much fancy signaling in. It is the exact same footprint though. And that's actually somewhat important. But it has the major drawback of not just being able to paste over top of track that exists already. And I don't think it's worth it because it's just an absurd number of signals for something that still isn't very efficient. Like you got these really gnarly blocks here on the sides that just, yeah, they suck. Also, I'm looking at this. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like this junction at all. Get rid of it. This junction's even worse. We might end up, if I want a four-way junction, I might just have to do a roundabout. Which I hate roundabouts. They're inefficient and slow. But for signaling, with the space constraints enforced by the signals, I don't think we're going to be able to do any better. You're just going to have to avoid doing four ways if you want efficiency. Which is fine, because I kind of already do that anyway. Okay. Well, that's not ideal. What is the smallest circle you can make? Okay. This cannot paste over top of this style of junction. Which means that even if we could do a roundabout, it wouldn't be able to fit inside the allotted space for a four-way junction. The allotted space for a four-way junction being how much room we have to build a four-way junction and have it still match the same grid as the rest of the track pieces. So I think the four-way junction dream is probably dead with this particular set of track pieces. Yeah, because see, the nice thing about this track is all you have to do to paste a junction in is come over here, delete the signals between two power poles, grab the junction shape you want, boom, junction installed. And if junctions are really close together, you might have to do some more fancy stuff with signals, but that's it. Because everything is neatly sized to go into the same... Oh, where's that? There. Like the corner piece is sized to be the same as the junctions. Everything is sized around basically what a junction can fit into reasonably. Alright, so four-way junction. Boom. Get rid of you. Wall service station. Yeah, I'm gonna keep that for now. Also, some of these apparently lost their name along the way. Did every single blueprint whose contents I replaced just forget their name? Annoying. Okay. Okay. Oh, what are you? You're a loader. Okay. And I should make some modifications to you, but I don't feel like doing it right now. So, just a generic loading bay. This is a generic unloading bay. Okay. They still require some modifications because they're using stack inserters, and I don't think I want them doing that. I think I want them to use bulk inserters. Then again, stack inserters might be a good choice. Anyway, that's a future Milo problem. This is a fluid loading bay. Okay. This is a fluid unloading bay. At least they didn't forget their icons. And this is a fluid request unloading bay. If I remember correctly. Yeah, if I remember correctly, what this one does is when the fluid in here gets below a certain amount, it turns the train station on. Otherwise, the train station's off. So this is used for rarely used fluid types, just to bring a train in when they get low, and otherwise not have a train sit there all the time. Do I care about any more of these researches? I don't think I have any I can even do anymore. Not unless I make purple or yellow science. So we've used up all of the blue science only researches, except the ones that are locked behind either uranium processing or space platform. Alright, I suppose I'm okay with that. What else do I need to do in here? I think that's it. The non-modular loading and unloading bays are fine TM. For some reason these have bulk inserters instead of stack inserters. Move all these up one so there's not an empty slot in the middle. Alright. Now. That did automatically up. Okay. Never entirely sure how these work. But yes, this is just a link to the one inside the build blueprint storage. So if I modify those blueprints, it automatically updates the blueprint storage ones. Quite handy. Same with this one, I think. No. Apparently not. These also need repairs. Do I want to do them now? No. No, I don't. Okay, so our rail blueprints are fixed. Technically, you could just paste these directly onto a main line, and it would theoretically work. How would that work with the stations? Poorly, but it would work. Anyway. So now to what we're actually here for. Designing a refinery station. So first things first, let's just do this in a relatively open area. Going to have 2 locomotives, 4 train cars. There will be a train stop somewhere. Give these a little bit of fuel so I can move them. These are going to be the example trains for... Okay. Move it ahead to the station, set it to manual drive. Okay. Now, what I want to do is have 1 stack of furnaces for each car in this train. Then that stack of furnaces will run this way, or the other vice versa, whatever. It'll run between this and another rail line over on this side, which will contain another identical train that is waiting for the result of the smelting, or the other way around, probably more likely. Have the raw materials on this side and the plates on this side and have them go that way. Seems like probably what I'll do. So, if I design this around red belts, what is it? 54? No, 48. We need 48 furnaces between sides. So, this leads to the question of how I want these vertically laid out. Definitely a double stack with some space in the middle. So, do I want to use a stack similar to this one? That's like 1.5 train cars tall. So there's going to have to be a lot of consolidation stuff on the end to get it all packed into place. The question is there any way to make it more compact? I think the answer is probably not without doing unreasonable things. Yeah, I don't think so. Although, even if I save one tile, what difference is that going to make? This is 4 tiles longer than a train car. So let's build a small slice of this. We have load, we have unload. We have that one's, I gotta call it. Okay. And then every other one or so, we have some power poles, keep it all juiced up. Matter of fact, I think it is exactly every other one. Okay, so this is the pattern. 4 furnaces in a neat, compact little base. And just stamp them down however many we need to either side. What I really wanted to do, though, is stamp them out vertically and see if we can get 4 of them into the train space. Yes, we actually can quite easily. Okay. Get a slightly better alignment here with the end of the train car, though. Alright, now. So we'll just clean this up manually instead of turning the robots on, because when I turn them on, they'll try to build that instead, and that'll be annoying. Okay. So, if I grab a loading station, like this, and then remove. I shouldn't have removed quite that much. Okay. A loading station, like this, and then remove most of the filling infrastructure. Okay. I want this on the other side, though. Okay. Get out of here, you. Boom. Alrighty. Now, that'll do. And 1 lane of each of these belts is going to be output and the other is going to be input. So if we do, for example, the outermost lanes, Actually, how did I do it on this one? I think I just used an underground belt straight across the ends. Exactly like I'm thinking about doing now. That doesn't quite make sense. Yeah, there's no way that's right. Okay. Let's put this down somewhere so I can refer to it occasionally. Alright, this is a very long setup. Why did I do... Okay, so we're grabbing the inner lanes. But that doesn't make any sense. Because this should be doing a full belt. And I only have capacity to pull half a lane. Or, you know, one lane off. Because we're side loading into this. Yeah, that makes no sense. That's wrong. Did I ever use these things? I must not have. We can do this and pull the inner lanes off. And then... ta-da, we have 2 single lane belts. Boom, now we have 1 full lane belt. And then we just run it right into here. And boom. We're loading 1 train car off this furnace array. And then we do this again. For each of these furnace arrays. And hope that we have the space to run the belts in here without me having to reorganize everything. Looks like indeed we do. The only problem is we don't actually have the space to get the belt in. Not without side loading, which I don't want to do. Oh yeah. Okay. So what we're going to have to do is reverse all these. And we're going to have to use a little trick. No, we can't do that. We have to come from the other direction if we're doing that. Which I think we actually could do, theoretically. Yeah. As long as we do this. Let's overwrite the blue ones with red ones. Because I don't have blue belts yet. And even if I did, I probably wouldn't be wasting them on this just at this point. Okay. Actually, I'm going to cut this off and we're going to do it the same way for this one. Okay. Let's just use ghosts, okay? turn all these around. Okay. Lovely. I'm going to do the same thing here, simply because I like consistency. And actually, that works way better than I thought it would. Damn it, I wanted to make that a blueprint. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that works way better than I thought it would. It just neatly feeds straight into the loaders. Everything is more or less at the right height to not be absolutely insane feeding in. It's very nice. Couldn't have asked for better setup. Okay. And the best part is, this will neatly paste into standard station blueprints, more or less. It's set up backwards from the normal station blueprint, but that's fine. A little bit of messing about will make it work just fine with standard loading bays and such like. I won't have to do anything special to get loading bays onto this thing if I want to add them and without making them integral to the blueprint. Alright. Now, we need to make these 48 long. Okay. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 24. And then we just copy this mess again, and we should have, let's just confirm it's 24 first. Yep. And we just copy that again. And ta-da, we have our 48 furnace per car. I really like the changes they made so that rocks don't drop crap anymore. Allows me to just exterminate them without making giant messes all over the floor. Alright. Now we just need to build an unloading bay, just like this one. Except that's a loading bay, not an unloading bay, but that's beside the point. You just put an unloading bay over here where each car unloads directly into one of these belt pairs. And then we just connect the two together. And boom, we'll have ready to stamp out furnaces. So let's start by getting the unloading bay. Let's just stick that right there for now. We're going to have to remove a bunch of stuff here. Those balanced poles would sure be nice, but unfortunately. Alright. This is going to be a lot less fun to rig up than the previous one. It would help if I had faced that the right direction. Okay. Okay. And we might have to use a completely different style of unloader. This style of unloader is powerful and efficient, but it also is lightly cumbersome. Actually, no, we'll be fine. So we need to load the outer lanes here. This belt is going to have a full inner lane. That's fine. It doesn't matter which lane it has full right now. What matters is that when we do this, it'll load the outer lane. All right. I don't know if we're going to have enough space to do this, but we'll go one lane, one set of cars at a time and see if it works. So what this is doing, this half of the car is being loaded onto the inner lane of this belt, and this half of the car is being loaded onto the bottom lane of this belt. Or, you know, the top lane of this belt, the bottom lane of that one. And then we're splitting off the bottom lane of this one and putting it onto here. And we're splitting off, well, we're not splitting anything, we're just grabbing a lane and sticking it onto here. Technically, we don't need that. And then we're taking the other half of this belt and we're spitting it out upward, where we will feed it onto there. Unfortunately, now we're left with a problem. However, it is a problem that I think is pretty solvable. We don't have a lot of room to solve it, but I think it's pretty solvable. All right. I would really like if we kept to the one car per stack policy. So if for some demented reason we set one of these up so it did a car of iron, a car of copper, alternating, then it would come out as iron, copper, or on this end too. So let's just keep that little design goal in mind. No one should ever do that, but just in case it happens. So for this one, that is held. Bottom lane goes down, top lane goes up. For this one, top lane goes up, and bottom lane goes down. Very good. Okay. So far, so good. Now, I think we can do the exact same. If I remove that. Do the exact same little bit of insanity here. All right. And then you go up to there. And you go up to there. No fanciness required for that last bit. Okay. That's actually worked out surprisingly well. And in the allotted space as well. I didn't have to move anything. That's somewhat surprising, actually. Then we just put in our ejection lanes for those. And aside from adding a few signals across the top here for efficiency, across the bottom for efficiency, I think we're done. This is probably the craziest train station module I ever designed. Blow up some trees, because these are going to be in the way no matter what we do. And I want them out of the way so that when I clean this up later, the bots won't add half a forest to my inventory. Okay. Yeah. And then to actually turn this into a functioning station, you just grab the stacker lanes and you start attaching those onto the end here. As many lanes as you feel the need for. Lovely. Or, if it seems useful, you can add more station bays onto here. Of whatever style you want. I think this one is actually missing a power pole. The rest of them have a power pole to set the limit for how far they can go together without complaining. Although these might actually be broken. You might need to have a longer tail. Oh well. That's a future Milo problem. And for a blue belt, do the same thing but twice as fast. You would just have to make it twice as long. For an even more ginormous station module. That doesn't seem like a very reasonable thing to do, though. Now what I should do is make a module designed for this spacing that just connects these directly to a main line. Let's see, where's the stacker lane? There. Although I already have a module like that, it's just called putting a stacker lane on top. and then making it adding T's. You know, adding a three-way junction over there. That's basically how you would actually use this. You'd place a three-way junction. You'd attach a stacker lane to the three-way junction, 2 or 3 of them. As many as you thought you needed lanes for stackers. And then just paste this below it. Alright, time to make it into a blueprint. Okay. Let's do rail. Furnace. Furnace. And rail. There, lovely. Got a little checkerboard pattern going there. And then we do rail to rail direct furnace. It does have buffering on either end, so there should be able to handle trains entering and leaving without stopping the actual furnaces. But you do want trains to be waiting, ready to go, get in here quickly. Okay. I think that's all we need to do. Go ahead and add this to the big book of trains. Because it is designed to fit in with the standard station after all. And then let's clean this mess up and let's paste a couple of these things. Actually, how many furnaces does this take? 192 furnaces. Okay. Well, we're going to need a couple of these. I think I'm going to build 2. 1 for iron, 1 for copper. And if it turns out we need more than that, then we will build more. But that thing produces 4 red belts running completely full of plates. Direct from one furnace into another. No, direct from one train into another, I mean. So that better be enough to have 2 of those. We're going to quadruple, more than quadruple. Actually, yeah, way more than quadruple our production. Because each of these stacks is half a red belt each. So this is 1/8 of the size of what we're going to build. I think. Something like that anyway. Which means we're going to need a shit ton of furnaces. We do not even have enough furnaces to build 1 in our inventory right now. Now we do. But we don't have enough modules to supply that 1. Although I think we do now. Alright. So that's 200 furnaces. We need 196, was it? Yeah, we have enough modules. Okay. We have enough to build 1 of these. Just 1. but who'd ever need more than that? Unfortunately, these wall rails aren't quite the same size as the standard rails. So we are going to have to make some minor tweaks to get them to work. Namely, we're going to be doing that. Okay, we'll put it there then, so I don't have to remove the stupid tree. Gonna remove some now redundant singles. Okay. Now, below that, we grab a stacker. Boom. Like so. How many lanes do I think I'm going to need for this? Let's put in 4. So 2 trains can wait for each. We can have 2 empties and 2 fulls waiting. For that matter, technically you don't even need to have... You can use the same trains. This would have been a funny way to design it, but I didn't design it this way. But we could have designed it so that a train would go pick up ore, come to the smelter, unload, drive around to the other side, load, and then leave. There is enough buffer space to make that work, even if there are not multiple trains already waiting to pick up what that one's just dropping off. And there we go. The absolutely ginormous furnace stack. I think that right there is the closest we can put it. That's about right. Okay. This is going to take a little while to build. And we don't have some of the things like the stack inserters that we really need to make this run at max efficiency. Although I can craft them, I think. No, I can do bulk inserters. Okay. How many of these am I going to need? We're going to need 96 bulk inserters. This isn't designed to run with stack inserters anyway. It's designed to run with bulk inserters. But they changed the name of stack. Stack inserters are a different thing now than they used to be. So I'm going to have to get myself some bulk inserters and replace them in these blueprints. But anyway. And yeah, building this can be a pain in the butt. Oh, come on. Okay, come on, fill them up. All of them. Every last one gets an efficiency module. Because this thing is going to absolutely ruin our electrical production. As much as I would like it not to. Okay. We're already out of belts. We're going to have to go get more of those. We're probably going to be out of power poles soon. If I had to guess. We're definitely out of inserters as well. We'll just let them place everything that they can place for now, and then we'll come back and... Or we'll go out and reload and come back. It's a pretty impressive construct. If we actually needed even a fraction of this much copper or iron for that matter, then that would also be pretty impressive. But this is being built pretty much purely so that I never have to worry about copper or iron ever again. Except I guarantee that once I have this much copper and iron to just run wild with, I will very quickly start finding needs for... I should have bombed these trees out earlier. Now I'm stuck damaging things. Alright. Get the rails placed. And then we need to go get a shit ton of stuff. Including steel chests, hundreds of inserters, vast quantities of just about every material you can imagine. Oh, I need to set these. Oh wait, these are set correctly already. Because these were designed for this size train. Alright. Turn off the roll ports so they don't do anything we don't want them to do while we head out. Now I think everything we need except the bulk inserters is going to be automated. So that shouldn't be too big of a deal. Grab some signals. I got train stations. We don't need more of those right now. Got the rails we need already. I mean, we placed all the rails for that already. We don't need any more of those, obviously. We're running a little low on decider combinators. Might as well grab some arithmetics as well. Power poles, definitely going to be in demand. Although I think we actually had enough to finish that out. Yeah, we did. The war on stone continues to be won. Or lost, depending on how you look at it. Fast inserters. Belts. Okay. Grab some more belt machinery to go along with it. Bulk inserters. 15 electronic circuits, 15 gear wheels. We definitely should automate these somewhere. Okay, so I'm going to increase this to 200 of those. And enough to fill 200 of these, so that I don't have to wait next time I decide to build another one of those constructs. Because we're going to want to do one for iron as well eventually. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do about the ball converters yet. How many of them did I say we needed? 96. That's a lot. I'm going to have to automate them somewhere. Probably on the loop, and I'll just hand deliver the fast inserters and the advanced circuits they need. That's going to be the most sensible way to do it. Old furnace stacks, all of them. Half of the new furnace stack. Oh, what are we going to do for electrical power? Because this could take a lot of electrical power. Even with a... Instead of just tier 1s, but still, even with 60% less electricity, the max draw for this thing is going to be insane. I wish there was a display that would tell me what the maximum possible draw could be for all connected machinery. Because that would be kind of handy. Also, it looks like we still don't have enough fast inserters. Alright. Well, let's go get more of those, why don't we? I don't know how many fast inserters were short, but I'm willing to bet that it's a lot. Loop. You are going to make me bulk inserters. You're going to make me 2 stacks of them because I need a lot. And then I'm going to have to get red circuits from somewhere. Problem is we don't have large piles of red circuits available anymore. They're all being consumed up here by the furnace monster. So we'll have to wait on the bulk inserters until later probably. And also I doubt we're going to have fast inserters either because those are all being consumed as well. Yeah, about that. I think we're just going to have to let the factory crank away at production for a little while. Okay, here's the funny part. We're not producing any science right now. Iron, almost all the furnaces are running. Copper, a lot of the furnaces are running. The only ones that aren't running because they are not getting enough ore. which is actually a bit of a problem, and we're going to have to start covering this patch over here. Okay. That'll help a little bit for a short while. Until we actually run out of copper, at which point, sucks to be us, I guess. The very next thing we need to do after finishing this is to go immediately get copper to actually flow into here. And then we need to build a copper unload station somewhere so we can ship copper over to the main base. Anyway, fly, my pretties. Yeah, we definitely do not have anywhere close to enough inserters. We have maybe a third of the number of inserters we need. Maybe. Alright, so we're just going to have to wait a while for production to produce. Guess that's what happens when you build a huge when you don't really have the supplies for it yet. Now, while I did say that we're not currently producing science, we are running probably the largest consumer of resources on the science side. The red circuit production at full blast. So that's definitely having some influence on it. That's sucking down all of our copper that's not going to someplace else, which is most of our copper. The rest of our copper is going into producing inserters, I think. And a good chunk of our iron, not really that much iron, but some iron, is going into producing new belts to fill this up. Is this properly adjusted? Yes, it is. How is it being weird? Whatever. Alright, do I have anything that I want to get rid of? Some wood. I have some stone. I'm sure we can find a use for. Bit of coal. Got some copper. Okay, so the copper furnaces are running at full blast now. The iron furnaces aren't quite. Yeah. Looks like the iron furnaces are going to slow down pretty soon. Well, it is still pouring out faster than you would expect. Okay. Looks like these are finally mostly done. We're still filling up the tail of the belt. This will give us enough furnaces to build another one of these. Although we're going to have to get all the rest of the materials around before we do that. How many normal inserters does this thing consume? 384. Okay. We should probably tell this to build a few more inserters than what it is building. There's 100, there's 200, 300. 300's probably fine. Let's tell this to build 100 of those. Which is not going to help us get ahead on that, but 500 belts. How many belts is this consuming? 700. Okay. If this is producing 100, let's have this just produce 200. We don't want to have that much just hanging around all the time. I don't know. Is there a faster inserter available at some point? Probably not if I had to guess, but I don't see anything related to a faster inserter just at a glance. I mean, stack inserters, obviously. That is a faster inserter, technically. But that's a situational faster inserter. Anyway. Okay. So that means there's no drawback to producing a ton of these to have around. No, let's go up to 300. It's not like these are ever going to become obsolete. It's the main thing. Same with these. They're never going out of style. Whereas red belts might become obsolete later. Once I start producing mass amounts of blue belts. The thing is, red belts are so primarily positioned on resource efficiency versus utility that by the time you're producing blue belts for everything, it's mostly just a your factory's insane already. Anyway. Let's go and start getting ready to build the copper mine. We don't have the resources on hand to actually build the copper mine. We can build some of it, but we don't have like belts or... But we can do things like tear out this old wall, tear out the old train line, put a dual track line in down to here, stuff like that. Because we need to get a train, we need to get so we can get trains out to that peninsula, basically. Also, eventually I want to connect this corner down to this line. That just kind of makes sense. That, however, is also a future Milo problem. I did set this properly, right? At some point? I just realized I don't remember ever doing that. Yes, it is. Okay. I do too remember doing that now. Because I had to go do it because it stopped working because I had forgotten to do it. Anyway. This train station down here is never going to be used again, so we can just cut this line off right now. All right. Now, this is what we want here. Okay. I'm going to put a chain signal on this. Here, go get them, robots. Because technically we're entering a junction. Practically, we're going the same way every time, but... I'm actually going to go ahead and cut this off. Upon further consideration. And I'm going to put a T-junction in here. And then I'm going to take these two legs of the T-junction and join them and connect them to that. Which, with the new rail shapes, is 1,000% less frustrating than it used to be. It used to be you'd have to make a big bubble outward and bring it back down in to get stuff to line up again, but now you just kind of do this. And all is well in the world. Okay. Actually, this should be a standard, and this should be a chain. Okay. You can go away. You can go away. I probably should make diagonal rail blueprints as well as straights. I would need two diagonal rail blueprints. I would need a 45 and a 22. But for now, we're just going to have to manually lay them out. Because I can't be bothered. Okay. Lovely. Get them robots. Faster than me doing it after all. Okay. So this electrical line does not run anywhere except this stretch. Don't have to do anything fancy about that. All right. Now we wait. And this is going to get me even more ammunition that I'm going to have to figure out how to get rid of. I think I'm going to have to put an ammunition dump chest over by the ammunition factories that dumps onto the chest above the factory so that the factory doesn't produce when there's stuff in the dump chest. Something like it anyway. And of course, it's going to be night, so solar panels and the armor aren't really going to do anything in a bit. Just go ahead and collect that ourselves. We don't have to wait for the bots to do it. Yeah, look how much ammo we got. Alright. Well, we can extend this down one more stretch, then we can do a diagonal stretch out to like here somewhere. Something like that. And then from here we can just build whatever rails we need. Copper patch, most important one. Uranium, a useful, nice thing to get. Stone, we're going to have to get soon as well. So, see if we can... I don't know where we want to run the rail for that even. This water's annoying. If I had elevated rail, I could just bridge over it, but I don't have that yet. What do I need to get elevated rail? Purple science. Okay. Honestly, purple science at this point should probably be a priority. What is this? That's utility science, okay. Purple is production, I think. Purple science would get its elevated rails. That's about it for now. Nuclear fuel reprocessing would be useful. Yeah, okay. What's needed for space science nowadays? 1 ice, 2 iron plates, and 1 carbon. Obtained by processing asteroids in space. Okay. And it has to be produced in space. You can't just ship ice to the surface and carbon to the surface and do it there. Alright. It looks like the old trick, get the robots to continue working when they're out of energy, still works. Maybe. A little hard to tell. Okay. So those defenses are gone like they never existed. I don't know if they were ever attacked even once, but they provided some amount of peace of mind when they were still required, when they were originally built, I should say. It's, like I said, I don't know if they were ever actually required. Interesting. I'd really rather it went straighter. Alright, let's put in a straight track blueprint. And hopefully that doesn't create any problems for me. Well, actually that's a pretty reasonable angle. Then again, if I run it straight down the coast, oh, that's with Okay. We'd have to kink it right there so that I don't have to run a... I don't need landfill. Okay, where do I want to bring it out? Do I want to come out between these two cliffs, or do I want to come out right here? Probably right here, honestly. So I put in a T-junction, like, about there somewhere. Then we have a line running straight down the coast. And another line running out over to the copper direction. About exactly what we want. And then we just need to draw a line from there to there. And similarly, another line that parallels this one. Okay. There we go. Like that. All right. And then I'll just add a couple of random normal signals in the middle. Give it a few power poles. And we're done. More or less. Mining this iron, getting it into a station is going to be a little bit annoying. But that's fine. We can put up with that when the time comes. Let's go ahead and run. I never did set those to have. Damn it. Get out of there. I never did set these to have a grid size so that I could do that with them. Oops. Because if you set a blueprint like this to have a grid size, then you can drag it and it will repeat properly. Oh well. I should probably do that sooner or later. Okay, so we should have plenty of room right here for the copper station. Let's just keep running this out this way. Alright, unfortunately we have a problem right in front of us. And due to not having space access just yet, specifically access to, which planet was it again? I don't remember. Anyway, we don't have access to a planet that we need access to in order to get rid of cliffs. So we'll just have to go around. Also, we've run out of rails, so that'll be a future Milo problem. Alright. Rocket fuel. Let's go to... I think this waiting bay. Because I'd like to grab some more rocket fuel, because we only have less than a full stack. Then we can just run up to the factory and do the rest of the stuff I want to do. Alright. Now, rocket fuel. We have quite a bit of it, actually. As well as a full chest of solid fuel stacked up. Which we could also turn into rocket fuel, but I'm not going to because we don't need it. Get rid of this ammunition before I forget about it. And along the way, we'll grab inserters. It looks like the factory has largely ground to a halt. We'll grab a few of those belts as well. Okay, there we go. And they're sticking him on the wrong side of the belt. That's easy enough to fix. There. It doesn't really matter, it'll be consumed. And actually, putting on both sides of the belt, not a bad idea. No, because we want it to prevent the ammo factories from actually doing anything until this is gone. Alright, what else do we need besides a shit ton of inserters? A large quantity of advanced circuits that we can make bulk inserters with them. I'm gonna grab like 400. Well, no I won't. Okay, we'll put one stack of advanced circuits in there. And then we'll put a similar amount . Yeah. Wait, why is this not receiving any... Oh, whoops. Damn it. I keep forgetting about that. Alright. At least I know alternative tricks to do things like that. Alright, this whole loop is being starved for green circuits for a long time. Because I'm smart. Let's give you a few green circuits to get your bit going. And because I'm going to use these while the roboports are off. Oops. Okay. And now to the other end. I probably could use an upgrade planner for this. But oh well. Fly, my pretties. We should have most of the inserters we need. We might not have all of them because I went and ditched a whole bunch of them to the setup for making the bulk inserters. But and indeed, it looks like we are quite possibly a bit short. Alright, but not extremely so. Okay. It's gonna take a long time to make enough of those bulk inserters. However, I know a way to make it faster. A lot faster. And that is to head down here to the red inserter factory. Not red inserter. Red circuit factory. And harvest all the green circuits off the lines. We're not going to get a huge amount off this, but it's more than we would have otherwise, so. It should get us a bit of a start. Okay. Oh, we're actually short on gear wheels as well. Of course we are. That makes perfect sense. Because he uses just as many gear wheels as it does green circuits. Well, let's go drain as many gear wheels as we can off this line. Unfortunately, this thing uses an absolutely ridiculous amount of both green and gear wheels. Well, that gets us enough that we can probably do the unloading part of the system. At least most of it. We're exactly 3 short. Rip. Alright. Well, let's place the rest of it. I could pick up these 3 and take them over to the other end, and we'd have one whole end done. I believe I'm going to do that. No I won't. Because if I did, then I'd mess up the wiring. And I don't want to do that. So I won't. I'll just go pick them up from over here and bring them back. Alright, it'll take it a while to finish this. Not really much I can do about that. Except wish it wouldn't. Well, I mean, the proper thing to do would be build a dedicated factory for them, but I'm going to avoid that by just having a large storage for them and letting them slowly build over time. And then hopefully that will result in not needing to build a proper factory for them. We'll see just how well that works. Alright. We're drawing 1.2 megawatts just from standby usage of electric furnaces. That makes them consume almost as much as our radars. Admittedly, we don't have very many radars, but still. And this is only the first furnace block. When we get to the point where we can actually turn these on, it's gonna be nuts. So we had better build. Actually, minimum consumption and maximum consumption are identical. Wait, really? No. Because max consumption is 72 kilowatts minus 60% plus 6 kilowatts. I'm not sure what the actual consumption is. Yeah, I was reading it wrong the first time. Actually, wait. Okay. 72 is already modified for... Yeah, okay. 72 is already the minus 60% value. It'd be even worse without. Wonder why it displays the plus 6 kilowatts on the max consumption for those, but not this one. Anyway. Well, these are going to completely blow our network out of the water once we start using them. So we had better build a new larger power plant. I don't want to expand this one that's burning coal. I think the real solution is to go over here, build a power plant out here on this peninsula that is burning oil out of this. We just need to turn it into solid fuel. So, okay, 20 pet gas, 1 solid fuel, 10 light oil to 1 solid fuel, 20 heavy oil to 1 solid fuel. This does 40 to 30. So technically it's more efficient to crack it to light. And this does 30 to 20. So, yeah, light oil is obviously the most efficient. Well, we might as well use up the pet gas as well, just so I don't have to worry about it. Worrying about shipping it to someplace else. Alright. So let's make ourselves a bunch of refineries. I don't think I've automated refineries anywhere. What do they require? Steel, gear wheel, circuit, pipe, stone brick. We could automate them very easily. I do have, or I thought I had. Do I have pump jacks? Yes, I do. I probably should grab some more. I've got enough tanks. There they are. Chemical plants. Got 15 of them on me right now. That better be enough for... Well, let's figure out the ratios, because these are all 1 second crafting time. Advanced oil processing. The 5 second crafting time. Produces 45 light, 55 pet gas, 25 heavy oil. Why can't it be nice even ratios? Dang you. Yeah. That is delightfully inconvenient. All those 5s on the end. So we're going to have to do an even number of oil refineries to make it come out. Let's see. We do 4 of them. Yeah. 4 refineries, I think, is going to be the right number. Alright. What am I short of from being able to handcraft refineries? Steel, gear wheels, circuits. Okay. Boom. Now, let's go harvest the increase on the chemical plants. That gives us 30 of them. And the next thing I need to make is boilers, of which I can make a shit ton very easily. And steam engines, which I cannot make a shit ton very easily. For those, we're going to need gear wheels. Is there a different place where I can grab gear wheels off the line without creating any trouble? Yes, over here. Okay. We're also going to need just raw iron plates, which I can get very easily from just about anywhere. Okay. How big is our current plant? $16 pairs, or 16 sets. So, I'm building 10 sets right now. Let's do 30 sets, which is a lot, to be clear. Okay, gear wheels. And then we're going to need to go get pipes. Go grab the pipes so we let the gear wheels recover a little bit. Where was the pipes that I were actually loading into? Okay, you and you. Might as well get lots of pipe to grounds because we're going to need them for the refinery. Okay, we need more gear wheels. There we go. All right. Let me think. So each stack of these is 10 boilers worth. We need 10 more steam engines. All right. And then of course we're going to need some amount of offshore pumps, for which we need more gear wheels and more pipes. I need standard pipes. I have all the pipe to grounds we're ever going to need, and probably a few more besides. But I need standard pipe because we just used them all up and we're gonna call it making steam engines. All right, let's go make an absolutely gigantic oil-fired power plant. I have 40 pump jacks. That should be more than enough. If it's not, I'm gonna complain. Let's be realistic here. Trying to think if there's anything else I'm gonna need for this. Hopefully we have enough chemical plants. We probably don't, but we can always go back and get more. Yeah, we want to follow the rail track to its end and then just keep going straight till we get to a defensive wall. And then we're going to strip out that defensive wall because it no longer serves a purpose. It was strictly temporary. And its period of usefulness has long passed. Hopefully, this power plant will tide us over until nuclear. We really should get cranking on nuclear soon as well. Which means I need to make this track go farther south and start working on at least mining a little tiny bit of uranium so I can do the rest of the nuclear research. Getting the new copper mine going is more important than that, though. Thankfully, this should not require any external inputs. Go get them, robots. Okay. Let's bomb out all the trees that are over top of the oil. Oops. I would like to keep some of these trees here to absorb pollution, if nothing else. I think we're going to clear out most of the trees to the north and leave as many trees to the south as we can that aren't on top of the oil, of course. We're not exactly building a gigantic refinery here. We're building a refinery for a specific purpose. And then we're going to have to figure out where to put a power plant, so... oh well. Which of these did I make for building... you are for building refineries. Alright. And where are the refineries themselves? Yep. Okay. All of you are advanced oil processing. Now, let's do a little bit of math. All the heavy oil is going to get cracked. All of it. So this is going to produce 25 heavy oil per cycle per refinery. Which means we're getting 100 heavy oil out of this thing every 5 seconds. Every 2 seconds, we can take 40 of that heavy oil and turn it into light oil. So, we need enough cracking to do 100. Yeah. This is not going to result in any kind of even, what do you call it? Alright, so to help with the math a little bit, I'm going to double that. Because that way I can figure with 10 seconds in 2 seconds instead of 5 seconds in 2 seconds. So we're going to assume we have twice as many refineries, and then we'll just divide the number in half we end up with. So we've got every 10 seconds, or we aren't even going to have to divide the number in half. Every 10 seconds, we're going to have 200 heavy oil. And this is where I'm going to want to take some notes so I don't forget what I'm doing in the middle of the calculation. Okay. I think I even have... aha, so I do. Hear you. Get a little narrower so we don't have... there. Now. We have 200 heavy oil per 10 seconds. Which means per 2 second, which is how often the, what do I call it, cycles, we have less than that. So 200 divided by 5 would be... damn it. Should know that off the top of my head. Never do math on stream. It's a bad idea. $40. Actually, this works out perfectly. Okay. So we have 40 heavy oil every 2 seconds, which is exactly how much a single cracking thing uses, I think. Let me check. Heavy oil. Yeah, it consumes 40 every 2 seconds. Okay. I was wrong that it wasn't going to be annoying ratios. Let's just go ahead and hide Sublime for a second. So for the heavy oil portion of this, we're just going to do this. And we're going to send it this way. And into a singular chemical plant. That is going to crack it into light oil. Let's go ahead and make ourselves a couple of offshore pumps. And just to get started here. Might as well run the water for these while we're at it. Okay. Now, light oil is our next set of fun calculations. Actually, no, light oil is not our next set of fun calculations because we don't care. It's all getting turned into solid fuel, and we'll worry about that when it comes time to size the solid fuel stuff. Similarly, we don't need to crack the petroleum gas because... Okay, so light oil is our next set of worries. Because these two don't get cracked, they get turned into solid fuel. Actually, let's worry about the pet gas first. Light oil is going to be more complicated because we're going to have to worry about this screwing up the numbers as well. Alright. Going to erase my notes. And let's not show these just yet. First, let's go look at some numbers. Okay. So this is going to produce 45 light oil per. So it's going to give us 180 light oil. Or, wait, am I doing light oil calculations? I don't want to do the light oil calculations yet, because they're going to hurt my head, I guarantee it. Okay, 55 pet gas. Okay, 55 times 4 gives us 220 pet gas per time cycle, which is 5 seconds. And it only takes 1 second to use 20 of that. Here, let's make a note of this. $220 pet gas every 5 seconds. Okay. And then that's consumed at a rate of 20 every second. Which means if we take 220 divided by 5, gives us 44. What a delightful, easy to use number. Okay. How about we don't do that then? Yeah. Of course it's not going to go evenly because we can't just work on standard units. Yeah. What happens if we try the doubling trick? 220 before 40. Every 10. And then if we divide that by 5. Wait, that's not going to make any sense. 220 × 5 = 100. 100 × 5 = 100. 100 × 5 = 100. 100 × 5 = 100. 100 × 5 = 100. 100 × 5 = 100. 100 × 5 = 100. 100 × 5 = 100. 100 × 5 = 100. 100 × 5 = 100. 100 × 5 = 100. 100 × 5 = 100. 100 × 5 = 100. 100 × 5 = 100. 100 × 5 = 100. 100 × 5 = 100. 100 × 5 = 100. 100 × 5 = 100. 100 × 5 = 100. 100 × 5 = 100. 100 × 5 = 100. 100 × 5 = 100. 100 × 5 = 100. 100 × 5 = 100. 100 × 5 = 100. 100 Yeah, no. That's not gonna be helpful at all. I'm pretty sure we're not gonna end up with a ratio correct or a perfect ratio for this. It's such a nice number, 220. Actually, I think we are going to end up with a perfect ratio for that. Because 220 is, I believe... Get back here, you. No. That would be 11. Assuming... Okay. Yeah, assuming that that it took 11... It took 5 seconds, the same as it took to refine, to make the solid fuel, which it doesn't. Then we would need 11 machines. So I think the best ratio we're going to get is 11 divided by 5. Which is 3 machines. Oh well. Okay, so for pet gas we need 3 machines then. We'll just go ahead and put them right there. Well, we need 2.2 machines, but 3 machines. Now, for the actual fun math. I'm being sarcastic. It's not going to be fun. This thing is going to be running straight time because it's got a perfect ratio. So that's going to produce for us 30 light oil, 15 light oil per second. Let's just do it that way. Okay, 15 light oil per second. And then these are going to produce for us 45. Exactly 9 light oil per second. Okay. So that is going to be 24 light oil per second that we need to consume in some way. Which is going to be 3 machines producing solid fuel from light oil. Or 2.4 machines is what we actually need. Well, I guess there's a certain simplicity to how many machines we need. Okay. Let's just hook them up with straight pipe because I don't care. It doesn't matter anymore. If it ever really truly did. I mean, used to be a small efficiency gain for using pipe to ground as opposed to normal pipes, but I don't know how much that actually matters or ever mattered. Okay. There. Missed one gas. Oh, so I did. Thank you, Dread. Okay. Okay. That's as ratio correct as we're going to get out of this size factory. We got extremely lucky that it came out to exactly one of these, assuming my math isn't screwy somewhere along the lines, which is perfectly possible and possibly probable. All right. Now this just has to actually be connected to the power plant. And I think we're going to run that this way, more or less. So this is going to be a gigantic power plant. Well, for certain definitions of gigantic. Okay. 2 boilers, or 2 steam, or 2 engines, 1 boiler. Actually, I don't want to run those quite like that. We might as well just feed this straight in. And then we'll just put a splitter right there. And then we take some boilers. We put 1 there and 1 there. Okay. We'll run them up to there, and then we'll just run them down from here until we have 15 left. Isn't really that big of a power plant, but it feels huge. Okay. How much does each boiler consume in water? 6 per second. Okay. And these produce 1200 per second. We'll probably be fine with just 1 pump for each line. We'd probably be fine with just 1 pump, period. But here. Get out of here. There we go. Boom. All right. Water hooked up. Now, just place all the inserters. Technically, we should probably be using burner inserters for this, just for that little bit of safety, but I don't think I care. I'll probably put down some solar panels or something to run these. No, that'd be dumb. All right. Now, the actual business end of this, the steam engines. Get out of there, you. And this is where I realized where I've been a dumbass and forgot to include space for power poles. Damn it. Alright, well. We'll just have to rebuild it all. I should not have grabbed the second stretch of this, because they do run in pairs, and we had a nice little pair going for each of these. Technically, there's a slightly more efficient way you can do it where you push out every other steam engine or something, but I don't like the look of that, so we're not doing it. Alright. Okay. Not my cat anyway. Grab this intersection without its power poles, or most of them anyway. Beautiful. That actually worked out really well. Okay. Make the robots do the work. And then we'll keep placing pairs until we run out. And apparently that is where we run out. I'm not sure why they decided they had to place the farther away ones before the closer ones, but it's just the way it works, I suppose. All right. Lovely. Now, we just need a little bit of power to jumpstart this. Okay, we need a lot of power to jumpstart this, and we need oil input. Don't let me forget to do the actual important part, namely hooking up the oil pipes. Because without oil, this is not going to do very much at all. Water's hooked up already. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, it is hooked up already. Oh, nope, it isn't. Because I forgot to put the interstitial pipes. Some of them. These ones were already placed. These ones were not. Okay. I think that's everything. Except, of course, obviously actually hooking the oil up to this line right here. Which we need to do right now. How do I want to do this? There's no drawback to using long pipelines anymore. Go ahead and place pump jacks everywhere we can put a pump jack. We'll worry about how to hook them all together later. Okay, that should be all of them. Lovely. I'm out of straight pipes. Well, we're gonna need a few of those at least. Okay. There we go. Okay. And then like that. The only real reason to use undergrounds around here is for walkability. And that is a fairly compelling reason, but... I think that's... Oh, no, there's one up here. All right. There we go. All right, now let's use a couple big power poles to link this to the actual power production. And you'd want straight type on the top one, so I do. There. Did I miss any others? Don't think so. All right. It is just getting to be night. In other words, the best possible time to try to jump something with solar panels. We could connect this to the main grid. However, I would rather not have to do that. If I can get this jump started without having to connect to the main grid, and then go connect to the main grid as I leave, that would be optimal. Alright, is there anything else that would go wrong here? don't see anything. Okay, these are pumping now. Very, very slowly. We may be a little short of satisfaction. There goes the first oil. And the first solid fuel. And boom. It's running at full capacity. I would not be in the least little bit surprised if this was overproducing solid fuel. In which case, awesome. We can just come back in here and increase its size later. I'm tempted to leave the solar panels here for emergencies. But I can always come back and jumpstart it again if I need to. The idea is not to crash my power network so badly that this stops working. Okay. Are you not pumping because this whole bottom section is not connected to the actual... Oops. Okay, there we go. Now everybody's connected together. And this also powers our front forward flamethrowers. We should probably siphon off light oil to power the flamethrowers instead. I could just run a second pipeline down, split this off. Because light oil gives a little bit more damage. And we definitely don't need it all for solid fuel. Alright, let's do that. Okay, actually, I don't want to do this quite yet. Where's that pump? Go ahead and drain these. Okay. There we go. Perfect. That should drain those automatically. Okay, so these still are full of crude oil, but once they burn off their full load of crude oil, then they'll suck in light oil for the future. And I am going to place a tank here. Okay. We have a little solar powered pumping station down here. That'll keep a full tank of light oil for the flamethrowers. And this little pumping station gets deleted as soon as it's done with this job, which is emptying those tanks. At least whenever I get down here and notice they're empty, which I'm probably not going to stick around and wait for it. Okay. It is time, I do believe, to hook this to the main grid. Because this will be very helpful with our coming massive power draw, aka furnace arrays. Alright. Oh, we're missing a connection there. I was like, there's no way that's what the whole draw for the whole factory is. Let's go install the missing power pole up here. Right about there is good. All right. We have 82 megawatts of maximum production. Okay. And our maximum draw so far has not actually been all that high. Okay. We definitely have more than enough production for the moment. Whether that's going to apply when we actually start running the copper furnaces is an entirely different story. And I guess we'll find out when we try. For now, I am going to go and finish the copper furnace. Because it is not quite done. We need to install the last round of inserters. It's like a bunch of them. I think it's 48 of them. It looks like we have 100 bulk inserters there, so that should be enough. Alright. Go get them, robots. It should actually only be 45 that we need, because 3 were already installed. Okay. So this place is ready to start accepting trains, except I didn't name the train stops. Let's see, what would be a good copper color? Go a little bit of green. That doesn't look very coppery, to be honest. It looks too orange. I think it's got too much green to it. That's probably about as coppery as I'm going to get right there. I think the 3 bulk inserters at the top were done a long time ago, but I probably should check now. Alright, I'm going to set this to a 3 train limit. We'll check that when we go set the next furnace up top, or not the... We're going to set that when we set the train stop up top. This will be copper plate loading. And let's go up to the top. Yeah, it does indeed look like I installed the 3 that were missing up there at some previous point. Turn off the robots so they don't do anything that I wouldn't do. And I'm going to copy that station just so I can get its color. And we're going to rename it. Copper ore unloading. Okay. Lovely. This is ready to go as soon as we have trains for it. To that end, let's go grab some trains. It looks like we have most of what we would need for train cars, but definitely not enough locomotives. Let's go ahead and set up the full train limit of trains for each one. Alright, so 1, 2... There should be 3. We need 6. There. Might as well get some extra cars as well for future. And that's not even enough locomotives. That is exactly enough locomotives with the ones we already had on us. We'll grab a few extras. Our copper continues to dwindle. Thankfully, we have reduced consumption considerably at the moment, so looks like we've used up the last of our local coal. Oh. We're also going to have to worry about refueling. So I'm going to have to set up a refueling station. Because I'm not bringing fuel over to this place. At least not by hand. Or at least not by belt. Or by train, for that matter. But I'm not going to run fuel trains all over creation this time. Okay. The problem with doing research survey is that we literally have no research we can do. Not until we, well, if I mine some uranium, then I could do a little bit more research. But until I mine uranium, I can't do anything more. And I think, let's see, what else could I do? Go to space is the next thing. Or I could produce purple science, or I could produce yellow science. And I'm not quite ready to do any of those things. Except maybe the mining uranium. So... you. Copper ore. Just copy in that color. Not very copper colored. A little too dingy. Now it's a little too red. It looks way too orange. What did I use for copper in previous runs? Because I actually got something that looked almost coppery, I thought. This more looks like something that should be picking up stone. Too dark for starters. 148 red, 115 green, 51 blue. Let's try that. 115 and 184. I could just type these in too. That kind of looks better than what I had. I wish it didn't darken the color so much, because it does look pretty coppery here. Doesn't look very coppery on the locomotive, is the problem. Let's see if we can make it pop a little bit more by giving it a bit more red. Nope, not quite that much red. Okay, this looks almost copper. Give it just a little bit more red. Yeah, there we go. The game darkens it just a bit too much, but... Alright, so that was a good starting point at least. Make it pop to offset the game's darkening of the color that it applies to the locomotive, and we have copper, sort of, locomotives. More like bronze, but anyway. Now, I'm debating... I could set up a train station down here, which I'm going to want to do. I'm going to want to run rail down there anyway. But if I set a train station up down here to refuel and just run some of the solid fuel out, and then we can just send trains down to pick up solid fuel whenever they get low. I would need to, I mean, that's pretty far out of their way. I would need to make sure I send them down when they start getting low, not too low. Alternatively, I can just have a train come down here, pick up solid fuel, and then we can have a refueling station in a more central location as well. We could take some of our light oil and produce solid fuel with it. We wouldn't even need to do very much. And then set up a refueling station down here. Somewhere. Okay. If I set up train refueling down here, every train is going to have to make a pilgrimage way down here to pick up fuel. However, that might not be too terrible because... No, that'll be terrible. There's no escaping it. That's going to be terrible. Yeah. Better bet is to just set it up somewhere over here. Straight off this, over into here, can reconnect. That way we have the low waiting bays we can reuse over here. Yeah, let's do that. Alright, let's go set up train refueling. We'll bring back some solid fuel to juice these guys up with. I need to set up their schedules first, though. Okay. Those two are copper ore. You will be copper plates. Same color, different task. Alright, interrupts. Add interrupt. Refuel. I really need to set up a station for this. Let's lay out some dummy stations so that I can give them names and add them to... where's my rails? Don't tell me I used them all. Do I not have any rails? I have no rails. Okay. Well, let's go grab some rails then. I guess we'll have to do dummy stations later. All right. Let's grab the rails first. They're right over here. Let's get rid of some of this crap. Okay, any other junk? Doesn't look like it. All right. Yeah, that's right, because we ran out of rail when we were building. Okay. That should be a good amount of solid fuel to get everybody started. And then... I believe... we'll just go straight off here. Okay. Boom. Get out of here. I don't care about you at all. I mean, I do care about that, and I'm going to regret that later. But, oh well. And also, this is completely wrong. Because this is never needed. This is never needed. Because we're always exiting. Okay. this gets a lovely standard signal if I can find one in my mess of inventory. Let's see. You get a chain. You get a chain. You get a chain. All right. That should be split up enough to not cause too much trouble for all the trains leaving this area. All right. Set to black. Enable train limit. Let's do a train limit of 2. That way we don't block the oil train. And this will be train fuel. Okay. That should work. We could probably put another signal in here and set the train limit to 3 and have one waiting on the line. But no. We'll make them use the stacker like civilized trains. I could probably add more stacker lanes if I needed to as well, but no. It would also help if I, actually made it function. We will ride the first train to head out there with it. And then work it up when we have a train actually sitting there on the line waiting. At least that'll be the plan. Okay. That's pretty much all the fuel we brought with us. Okay. Edit interrupt, add condition, fuel, any locomotive is solid fuel less than 50, in other words, 1 stack left. Then train fuel. Add weight condition, full fuel. Save interrupt. I wish I could copy interrupts by themselves and add them to other trains. Oh wait, maybe I can. I can. Awesome. All right. Now, add station. You are copper ore. Let's put in some dummy stations so I won't lose my sanity here. Okay. I could just open the map instead of running down here. Oh well. We're copying those stations so we don't have to go get their colors. Let's onset the train limits. And you are copper ore loading. And you are copper plate unloading. The counterparts for the stations that exist elsewhere. Okay, so you are copper plates. Go to copper plate loading, add weight condition. You're on manual. What the heck do you think you're doing? Get back here, you. Apparently they follow interrupts on manual drive. Okay. Go to copper plate loading. And full cargo. Go to copper plate unloading, which is not showing as an option. Oh, there it is. Add weight condition. Empty cargo. Okay, how are you feeling about going to go get fuel without asking first? No, it was set to automatic. What? Well, that's annoying. Alright, well, I'm going to set you to automatic as well in a second here once I'm done with these trains. I'll just sit in it for a second here. Okay. Your copper ore. Go to copper ore loading. Full cargo. And then go to copper plate unloading, or copper ore unloading. Where's empty cargo? Come on. Not that long of a list. Alright. Why are you on automatic? I never set any of these to automatic. They were all set to manual. Okay, you're set to automatic. I'm going to manually trigger his interrupt. You are going to be set to automatic. And you are going to be set to automatic. Alright. So we're going to be sitting here in the stacker for the train fuel. Now, this is the unconditional call it line. Let's do one of these. Okay. And you produce solid fuel from light oil. Gonna take a while to full fuel the train, but will eventually. Now I should add another interrupt. Add interrupt. Park, add interrupt condition. Destination full or no path. There, exactly what I was looking for. Add interrupt station. I need to add a station for this. But basically I want to set up a place that's just a bunch of waiting bays where trains can go to park when they otherwise can't do anything. That way we don't have a whole bunch of stations just sitting around with the thumbs up their butts. Okay. Let's add this interrupt to both of these. And then I can edit it later and make it do actually what it's supposed to do. Once I have a place for them to go. Yeah, because we have some no-path stations right now. Or no-path trains, I should say. Where should I put the train parking area? I think I'm just going to stick it down here, maybe. Yeah. Well, no, I'm going to stick it down here. Let's go over there. That'll keep it fairly central to everything. It will be mildly inconvenient because we're going to be using wall spaced train line instead of... Well, actually, I should rip out all that train line and respace it. Or rather, rip out all of the stuff around the train line. Okay. Blacklist for freight rail. Boom. So we can start from like here and just say nuke everything that is not raw rail. And then I'll be able to come through and respace it all. Go, robots, go. All right. In the meantime, there we go. In the meantime, I need not that blueprint. Not that blueprint. But this blueprint. Okay. So removing all of the old and putting in new. With better spacing that won't make me quite so annoyed when it comes time to add things to it and such like. Okay. Well, we'll leave that one alone. All right. Now, where are them stacker lanes? I want to put this across underneath this one a little ways. So how about, let's just do it right off a T right here. The problem is I don't want to do that because I want to make this into a T that goes south. Okay. Of course. You can't flip rail blueprints. This is where it would actually be useful to have a four-directional blueprint. Or a four-directional, what do you call it? Could I just... Okay, here. Turn robots off. So I want... to set up okay, here. Yeah, screw you. That'll have to be placed a little bit off. Alright, go robot. Now I'm thinking random stackers. Stacker lane. Okay. So I put the stacker in right there. There is one signal that is in the way. I think that would create more problems than it'd be worth. We're better off taking this one here and putting in a T. All right. T junction. Right, like that. This doesn't need any electrical power. I'm not going to bother with running power poles out here. Think we'll have enough space here. Guess we'll find out in a second. Yeah, we should just barely have enough space. How many of these am I going to need? That's 8. If you have more than 8 trains that need to sit somewhere for a while, then that'll be annoying, I guess, and I'll worry about it then. I'm going to have to modify this a little bit. Or a lot of bit, as the case may be. I should definitely make sure that we have room for train stops. We do. Okay. Alright, so trains will come in, they'll be able to wait at a train stop just in front of you, just behind these. I'm going to have to go get more train stops. Whenever they get around to placing the rails here. There we go. All right. What should I call these? Lost and found. Enable train limit 1. Enable train limit 0 upon further consideration. Alright, let's go get more train stations. And we'll come back and finish that. Actually, let's finish the rails. I have 2 lost and found trains already, so I can just give them orders as soon as I have the rails in place. Okay, you there. Target, lost and found, add weight condition. I don't think I want a weight condition. I just want them to go to that station. From there, they will then try to do whatever they want to actually do. Okay, so the train we weren't editing is now headed here because it shared that interrupt. So this one's waiting to go refuel. And this one, I think, has finished fueling? Yes, it has. Okay, cool. Yeah, they'll just sit there complaining that they have problems, but safely out of the way until I can come deal with whatever problems they have. Or otherwise deal with them remotely. Like that one there, he's leaving because he's going to go get fuel. But he'll be back. Where are you going? Oh, you're going to the loading station. Okay. Please don't tell me you're going to run around circles because you don't have a weight condition. That is exactly what he's going to do. Okay. I need to change this then. What kind of weight condition would make sense? Because this is just making him skip his destination. There's no has path option, is there? Let's do circuit condition. And I will go experiment with that, see if I can do anything with circuitry. Because it might be possible to tell the station to disable itself or to otherwise hold the train. Until some condition is met. That would make sense. Okay. Okay, we can't read anything from the train, like whether or not it has a place to go. If it didn't skip the stop, this would work perfectly. The problem is it's putting this stop after its current stop instead of before, which is where I actually wanted it. Dang it. Alright, well this isn't going to work then. It's not allowing it to skip the fueling, because the fueling takes priority. That's allowed to interrupt other interrupts. What it's doing is it's sitting at this station going, oh, I can't find my way to that station. And then it's skipping that station and going down to the next thing it can do, which is the interrupt. So instead of inserting the interrupt before the station it's having trouble with, it's inserting it after and just jumping over that station. And then when it's done, it goes on to the station where it can reach, where it does nothing because it has nothing to do. And then it tries to go to the station where it can't reach, goes, oh, I can't do that, goes to interrupt, and gets caught in an infinite loop. And I don't see any way that I can make it, unless I just straight up tell it to stop and don't do anything until I come rescue you. Which is not what I want to happen. Because there doesn't seem to be a wait condition that I can use that lets me say, wait until you can go to a specific station or something. And even if I did, that would only help with this specific train. And I was hoping to make a generic interrupt that would make it, if you can't reach your current station, go wait here and then go to your current station. Basically, it's, instead of doing, if you can't go to your current station, go to this station and then try to go to your current station. What it does is, if you can't go to your current station, go to this station and then go to the next thing on your list. That's not what I want. I don't want to skip its current station. I want it to do this instead and then retry. But that doesn't seem to be an option. Yeah. So I could probably do a bunch of really complicated logic. That would have to... I could do, say, destination 4, no path, and not at the right station, and then do some kind of logic to detect when that station opens up and then allow it to go on. But that seems really fragile and like a bad idea. So we're just going to have to remove this interrupt completely, I think. It just isn't going to work. Refueling works great. But the rest of us, not so much. Oops. Add weight condition, empty cargo. Okay. Well, we can still tell trains to manually go to these stations, I guess. It will be useful for that. It'll be a place where I can build trains. Although I really should do that over at the fuel station instead, because then they can get fueled immediately before they leave. Screw it. Okay. Design capacity for these is 2 more of these trains anyway. One, which is going to be these type, and the other is going to be that type. Alright, so you want to go train fuel. You want to go to train fuel. What are you waiting for? Can't figure out how to get out of here. Where's my standard signals? There they are. I didn't accidentally delete any signals here, did I? I see. Okay. I was just a bit short of signals, that's all. And we caught the train just before it escaped. Alright, we have just enough fuel on those trains to get over here and refuel. Let's see, you are... which one? Copper ore loading. Okay. When you're done, head over to one of the lost and found tracks and wait. And apparently you can't put 2 temporary stops in at once, because it doesn't wanna. Hello? Well, that's interesting. Do I have to be on board for this? Apparently I do. Get back here, you little bastards. I don't want those placed. Fine. Alright. Well, it continued. I had to get in to give it the order, but once I got out, it continued on its way. Okay. Now, let's go grab some train stations, so I have some available. And then we need to go build the copper station. So these guys stop complaining about not having anywhere to go. Amongst other things. Train stations, right there. And then we need train signals. I have plenty of standard signals. Basically no chain signals. Let's also grab some rail. Not too much, just some. And let's go get rid of this coal. And this rock. And the wood. And this ammo. We are not using very much ammo right now because we're doing very little polluting due to most of the factory not working at the moment. That will change shortly once we start kicking everything back on with the copper production, and then we're going to immediately build another whole setup just like it for iron. Let's go get the copper station built. Um, 53 miners better be enough. And we've got trains already. We should have enough belts. Why am I going this way? We need to go farther south first. I should go get one of the delinquent trains and order them to drive us down there. Because we have rail almost all the way there. And the very next job to do is to make rail all the way there. Okay. You. I need you to take me to there. Hello? Rain? Can you go to place? There you go. All right. Yep, and it's going to sit there not knowing where to go. That is fine. For now, we're just going to dead end the line here. Although we're going to need to go get stone out there soon, TM. Okay, stacker lanes. I wish I could flip these. I really, really, really wish I could flip these. Oh well. Actually. Oh, probably a good idea I looked first. Yeah, that water is going to be very, very in the way. So we might want to do our lanes over here and just move. Ooh, even that's got water in the way. Damn it, where are we with this station? Like, we can't fit a station here because the water's too close. We definitely can't fit it that direction because the water is way too close. We can't put it here. Water's in the way. We would have to... well, we could landfill it and do it that way, but... Ugh. Could do it over here. You know what we could do? We could just put in a gigantic monster station right here. And then just copper, uranium, stone, deliver them all via either small trains or by belts to the transshipment station. That makes a certain amount of sense, actually. Although, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about that one. We put this in roughly here. Put in a T, put in a 90. Slap this on the end of the 90. Couple of stacker lanes. I think that's what we're going to do. Alright. You get to be manual for a second while I pull you back out of the way. Okay. Thermometer's upside down, problem solved. That doesn't solve any of the problems. Not even a little. The problem is not that things are facing the wrong direction. The problem is that we simply do not have room to build things. Admittedly, we are trying to build very large things. Okay. T. And then 90. And then a stacker lane. This is definitely going to be shared with the uranium station. I'm going to give it 4 stacker lanes, which is definitely overkill. And then we want a loading bay. Boom, for copper. And another loading bay. Boom. You piece of poop. Okay, we'll have to work around that. Anyway, another loading bay for the uranium. Getting the copper down here is going to be mildly annoying, but not a big deal, really. And I'm going to suck all the robots in because I'm feeling lazy. Okay. Now, unfortunately, we can't build cliff explosives. Not for a long, long time. So we're going to have to make do with fun little workarounds until such time as we are able. That'll have to do. I don't have to like it, but it will have to do. All right. Oops. Okay, you get removed and replaced. One of those. Let's prepare an upgrade planner. While I'm waiting for the bots to do the sensible thing. We want to go from blue belt to red belt. From express underground to fast underground. From fast splitter to fast splitter. Express splitter. And then from stack inserter to bulk inserter. Alright, suddenly we can build this. Now, what other minor little changes do we have to make? Well, first of all, we have to go get more parts, obviously. We're missing 33, looks like, stack inserters, or bulk inserters. Why did they have to rename them? That's going to be annoying to me forever. I have to keep remembering. No. My memory. Why must you do these things to it? Okay. Yeah, we need to go get a bunch of stuff. We're out of all kinds of excitement. We want copper ore loading. And I can't look at it because... Oh, wait, if I zoom out far enough I can. Okay. Train stop, copper ore loading. We should see train movement very shortly. And indeed, trains are moving. Okay, you need to go back on automatic so you get out of the road. Alright. And this one, which gets to be a delightful sickly green color, becomes uranium loading. And we're probably going to have to add another onto here eventually to bring in sulfuric acid with, or whatever we end up using to do that. I will consider that problem when we get to that point. For now, though, you are going to be my ride back to civilization. Wait, why are you going to copper plate unloading? That's not where you're supposed to go at all. There. I better check the copper plate trains to make sure they're not screwed up. No, they're both set to copper plate. Okay, good. Alright, let's go grab all the things we need. Looks like local coal is completely finished. I think I made note of that a while ago, but I didn't actually bother to clean it up. Okay. We need to go get some splitters. Then we need to go get a whole bunch of things, really. Let's grab like half a stack of each signal. Fine on rails for the time being. We're out of big power poles. Okay. What else did we need? There was more stuff we needed. Oh yes, these things. That should be enough bulk inserters to do the job. I better get more going though, because if I don't, I'm going to regret it. So let's go get a bunch of red circuits. A couple hundred should be good. And then we'll go get a bunch of these guys. Once again, a couple hundred should be good. And that should allow us to make enough bulk inserters to do some reasonable amount of train stations in the future. Okay, these consume one for each. Yeah, okay, good. Now, where's my rocket fuel? Why do I have sulfur in my inventory? Well, that's a problem for future Milo. Okay. Fly, my pretties. I know what I forgot now. Steel chests. Alright. Back we go. Rocket fuel. There it is. Let's see. That's the closest point to where we need to go. Okay. I should have just left it on the track because steel chests are like right over here. Where are they at? Right there. Boom. There we go. Here, actually, I don't want you to go where you're going. What do you mean, no path to destination? There better be a path to destination. Oh, I see what's going on here. All right. Now, we just need to run these lines all the way to where we're going to mine copper. And yes, that does sound tedious. Why do you ask? All right. At least we're not that far away. Let's go bomb out all the trees on top of the copper. Okay. Lovely. Now, that should be the blueprint we need. Okay. That one's going to have to be removed for now. Do I not have enough mining drills for this? I thought I grabbed a whole bunch of them. Oh well. Yep. Okay, well we can go back and get more mining drills then, can't we? Matter of fact, let's go do that very thing. Okay. Where's my other... Oh, we still have a locomotive down there. Hey, you. Yeah, you. Come get me. Okay. We get mining drills. I should put a little station that drops me off right beside the, what do you call it? So I don't have to walk there and back. Alright, mining drills are right here. Okay. Let's drive just past that so it's out of everybody's hair. Although if I do that, I'm going to have to manually back it up so we can turn around. So maybe that wasn't such a good idea. Okay. Now, can't fit one in here because I don't have landfill and I don't feel like making any for such a small project. Alright, we'll worry about the rest of this, little bits in the corners and stuff, later. Alright. So, first things first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows. Let's do this this way, actually. Okay. I screwed that up already. What we want to do, we want to take the first two lines, merge them together. Merge them, merge them, merge them. So far, so simple. Then we take these and we shift some of it to the side. And that should get us 2 lanes out of the end. Okay. And then we use the fish trick here. So that we don't have any excess just sitting on the ends of the belts. And I ran out of belts, 2 belts short. Alright, are there any belts we can trim? Actually, there's plenty of belts we can trim. Well, enough belts we can trim. Alright. Here comes the copper. It's not exactly full belts, but it is not incredibly far off. pretty close to full belts. What could I do to make it more full? The inner lane is backing up some. What we should do is output priority left. That way you'll give priority to merging ores. Alright, let's go see how they're being loaded into the train. Hopefully the answer is efficiently. So the first belt comes in, gets... Damn it, this needs to be fish tricked. That needs to be fish tricked. And that needs to be fish tricked. Alright. It's going to take those a little while to load. Oh, we've got half a belt being loaded into each car. Because this splits... Wow. This is a last-ditch effort to balance the belts. And then this splits half into there, half into there. And this does the same. Half into there, half into there. So this is exactly half a belt. And the end result is they all have exactly the same number of items in them, more or less. Combined with the circuitry here to make sure that they load the chests evenly. Alright, well, it's almost full, so this is our ride home, I think. We have 2 more waiting to fill right behind that. Beautiful. Power production is doing fine. We'll see if that changes when this starts unloading. I would be shocked if it didn't, but I really need to add the shortcut rail that's going to run from there to there. Okay. This one's not filling because there is a small section of backwards belt. Okay. Lovely. So you can see how this works, where it puts the finished copper in the middle and grabs the ore off the outside. And that way, and it just uses these to only grab the inner lanes. Because if you side load into a underground belt, it only grabs one lane, whichever lane is closest to the end. And that gives us beautiful, almost perfectly full belts. which we're loading one per train. And this train is almost full. And with the last of the ore to trickle into it, it will be full. That is an entire trainload of ore that is just finishing draining out right there. And here comes another trainload of ore to do the same process all over again. Except this train is then now going to proceed to complain that it has no place to go. Because it should. No, it's only half full. Okay. So it takes, yeah, I forgot. Stack size 50, stack size 100, of course. It takes 2 ore trains to fully fill one plate train. Of course. Look how fast it unloaded. And it'll take a while to trickle through, and then we'll have a full plate train. Which I should get around to building a station for that. So that I can stop depending on this stinky little copper mine. At some point. Oh, there's no room though. That's the problem. There's really no room. I might... What I should do is I should strip out this iron station. Go down to this iron mine. Fix it so that it is sized for the current iron trains. Which we're not running any of those just yet, but we will eventually. Okay, how full is this train? I might just set it to manual mode, so it won't go get another load. It's pretty full. Okay, you're being set to manual mode. That's the last of our iron. Until we fix our iron setup. I'm going to go ahead and grab those. And then an absolute mountain of inserters. And our inventory is basically full, so let's go get rid of this stuff by placing the iron furnace. That's got to be the third copper train. Yep, they're complaining because, oh no, we're full and we have nowhere to go. I think these hold a bit more than a full train load. So it's going to be a while yet before this is completely filled up. It would be a while yet if it wasn't blocked somehow. Oh, I see what's missing. Wait, how are you missing? What? Oh, it didn't get copied over to that side. Okay. Robots off. Okay. There we go. So how did it load the train? Oh, okay, I see it. Wow. How did it manage to load the train barely then? I guess. This really should be up on this end, but I can't be bothered to fix it right now. That blueprint is going to need a little bit of work. Let's see. Okay. The end point is right there at that. Select new contents. Alright, we're going to have to do a little bit of surgery to this. Don't want those. Okay. Is there anything else in here that is obviously does not belong? No trains, no train stop names. Okay, definitely entities. Definitely modules. Alright. That is the fixed version with these rotated and given the proper output. Now, I really should have put this over on the other end before I did that. Oh well. It's not that big of a deal. Oh wait. We came over this way because I would need to build the iron furnace, that's right. Didn't need to, but was going to. Okay. Bots are off. Rail to rail direct furnace. Boom. Stacker lane. And 4. Wait a second. Okay. I guess those do line up. They didn't look like they did. Alright. Explosions, explosions everywhere. We probably don't have enough rails for this, but I'm sure we do. Well, we don't have enough grenades for this, for starters. We might have enough rails for that. Let's go get some grenades. And then we're going to set that up for iron. Okay. Grenades are over here. Inventory is completely full, but we'll worry about the rest of this later. Let's get the trees out of the way. Okay. Get rid of the rocks. I don't want the coal and rock cluttering my inventory, so we're just going to nuke it. Figuratively speaking. We don't have nukes unlocked yet. Although it would be very cool if we could literally nuke it. That'll have to be later. Now. We need the tea. And we can't pick up the big electric pole because our inventory is full. Fun. Okay. Get to the robots. Definitely do not have enough bulk inserters to do the stations here. So we'll have to worry about those at a future date. I do like how the blueprints change color as the robots pick up those tasks. So you can tell which ones have bots assigned. We're gonna have to go get more steel chests. Really, I just want to get all the electric furnaces and modules out of my inventory. We'll worry about what else we need later. We're also out of belts. We're probably not going to have enough rails. I thought we might, but I don't think we are going to. Could you little bastards start with things that are closest to me? Thank you. That way I won't have to run all over creation. Or that way I can run over creation. To make it so you don't have to fly as far. It doesn't take you as long. Hello, Treebeard. Welcome here. We are adding to our absolutely ludicrous copper production with some absolutely ludicrous iron production. And then I am going to be removing our old baby furnace stacks and replacing them with a station to drop off iron and copper plates. This thing is just nuts. I still can't get over just how much it produces and how fast. And it draws almost as much power as the entire rest of the base. Not quite, but it feels like it. Looks like the miners are currently drawing a little bit more than the furnaces are. But that's largely because we had a ton of miners to service that number of furnaces, so Oh well. It does mean we'll finally be able to build large red circuit factories and get processing units in a reasonable amount and start automating roboports and automate construction robots in reasonable quantities and get the whole factory, start covering it with not necessarily the whole thing, but cover the walls at a minimum and the core of the factory with construction robots. I think once both of these are up, I might just start carrying out parts of this. Like the power plant. I'm going to rip this out and we're going to move it. There's no point burning coal when we have tons and tons of high quality solid fuel down here at the new one. We can just take those old columns and start filling this out a little more. Okay, have you little bastards built everything you can build? No? Okay, now you've built everything you can build. We are out of power poles. We are out of belts. We're out of underground belts. We're out of inserters. We're out of steel chests. We're out of just about everything that's possible to be out of. Okay, steel chests. Power poles. Most of the rest of the stuff we're out of is produced at the other factory, the one up here. Undergrounds, normal belts, splitters, inserters. These are all Mark I assembly machines. No wonder this monstrosity is so slow. Let's upgrade those. Okay, where are those Mark Is? Get rid of them. Alright. We got some Mark Is over here, too. I thought I exterminated all these long ago. I guess not. Alright. What else do we need? Is that it? No, we need to stop by and we need to grab bulk inserters. They are made over here. That should be enough of those. Takes like 48 of them per end. This right here is why we need to get the copper one online, because that's running out. I'd like to run it all the way out before we switch this in, but... Small army, I guess that's one way to describe it. It's not very many, unfortunately. It'd be much faster if I just, you know, spent the time to get better factories going. Which I guess is what we're probably going to do next. Because I really need to... the reason to do all this is so that I have enough copper and iron to build proper factories. For example, large red circuit factories that I'm going to need to do a good job of getting construction robots for the base as opposed to personal ones. Also, go get him real bit. Good deal. Now we have power over here. Not that we need it yet. Doesn't hurt anything. Okay. Wish when you hovered the Roboport button, it would show your build radius. That would be useful. Instead, I have to look on the map to see what it is. And we're out of belts again, so we have to go get more of those. I think that's it, though. Yeah. We're just missing a ton of belts. Okay. A couple hundred to be exact. All right. I don't really want to get rid of my old factory here, but I do want to build an entirely new science factory that is designed a little bit better, has less craft grafted onto it. I mean, there's a lot of very important craft grafted onto this thing, but also I want a factory that's just for science. Like, some of these designs are pretty okay. I'm not unhappy about my blue science build. That works fine. There's not a whole lot you can do about... Well, these are using Mark 1s too. Okay. There's not a whole lot you can do to make red and green more interesting, for that matter. Military science is just annoying no matter when it happens. But I kind of want to start moving to a new spot and build a proper factory with train delivered resources and all that stuff. I don't know where I have a large enough area to do that, though, that's safe. I might want to explore a bit and see if I can find a large open plain aside from the one that we're already using. That, or start building down here. There are some small bits of cliff down here that are problematic, but might have to take the car out for a drive. That or build a tank. Probably a better idea. Alright, well, we don't have enough belts here. What's the holdup? Gear wheels, of course that's the holdup. Wait, I saw a Mark 1 splitter here. I thought I eradicated all of those a long time ago as well. There's some truly ancient bits in this part of the factory. Don't think there's any real expanding this without getting stuff out of the way. And I definitely shouldn't have upgraded all that because I needed those belts. Damn it. Oh well. Yeah, because one thing that's going to happen soon is the elimination of most of these furnace stacks. Should I build one of these monstrosities for steel? It would have to be a different design. Twice the furnaces. That would be supremely dumb. It would be supremely dumb. But also, yeah, there's no way we would need that much steel. But probably what I would do instead is cut an existing one in half. Lengthen it very slightly. And redesign it to do steel instead of iron. Although, thinking about this, what is this? I kind of remember this having a problem, this design having a problem that I'm going to need to go correct. It's not a problem for copper, but it is for iron, and I don't think anything else, just iron. I need to go fix it though. Let's see if I can get... that should be enough belts, I think. Okay, let's go over there and find out if it is enough belts. And even if it isn't, I have things I need to correct. Because the problem is, when you're smelting iron with this specific design of furnace, the furnace can grab a steel plate or an iron plate off the belt instead of an ore under certain circumstances. If it just happens to decide it would rather grab a plate instead of an ore and screw the whole thing up. So that can't be allowed. What I need to do is I need to set filters in all of these that say basically ores only. What I should do, and probably I'm going to do, is wire them all together and use a constant combinator with set filters. So I can change what the filter is for a specific setup. And it turns out, nope, we're still a little bit short. All right. If I do want to use one of these for steel, which actually the real solution is just produce steel on site in a smaller smelter setup. Because I don't think there's anything that would use a whole train of steel. Like, what even uses steel? I mean, it's used a lot, but not in, like, really vast quantities. Well, space platform uses a lot. Each pile of space platform takes 20 steel. Okay. Yeah, I guess we're going to use a lot of steel. 1.2k steel to make a space platform starter pack. Alright. That's pain. I don't think I need a whole train smelter for steel, though. Half a train smelter, maybe? Alright, well, let's set up. Okay. I am going to do this the configurable way. Okay. How did those get leaked into the design? Oh, from this and this. And let's see. Okay. We'll run these down the center here because that's just a good idea. And then you up the center. The problem is every single oh, these all need to have their mode set too. Okay. Set filters. Okay. Hopefully, this will all work beautifully. The last time I tried to do this, I missed at least one. And then I had to come back later and notice it wasn't working and go, oh, why aren't you working? And then go fix it. That is better than forgetting that this has to be done at all and coming back to discover half of the furnaces are making steel. And it is creating an unholy clog at the train. Which is what happened the last time I did this. If I remember correctly. Okay. Now, most of these are not connected together, even so. So we need to handle that. Thankfully is straightforward, albeit a bit tedious. Oops, those were connected already. Okay. Well, that's not really what I wanted to do. Okay. Should probably blueprint these, but then I would have the finicky job of placing the blueprints as well, which is not much better than what I'm doing. I already did that whole bottom row as well. Alright. This should be the last row of these. I'm glad you don't have to craft red and green wire anymore. Because guaranteed I'd run out of green wire halfway through this and have to go get some. Alright, let's hook the whole thing up and let's see if it suddenly changes the mode of every single one when we change what's in the constant combinator. Speaking of which, I did craft one of those, right? Apparently not. Okay. You set that to U235. Are there any inserters that are not set to U235? Aside from the ones that are not supposed to be, of course. I don't see any that are showing a red X. And it looks like every furnace has one assigned inserter that is set to the right material, so... Okay. You should be set to iron ore. Okay. Lovely. Now, I need to overwrite this blueprint. think this is the right segment of rail to start from. Looks about right. Guess we'll find out in a second. Well, we probably won't never find out. But it's a thought that counts. Okay. That looks correct. Oh, let's see. Okay. How's this parameterization work anyway? Good question. Guess we'll find out. So in theory, if I paste this over top of the other one, it should result in a fixed version of this without a single bot having to fly. Okay, so that's how that works. Alright, cool. When you paste the blueprint, you choose what the parameters should be, and then it just does the thing. Alright. Well, now that we've successfully screwed around long enough that we should hopefully have all the materials we need available to just go pick up, let's go get ourselves some fast transport belts. I don't think I need anything else. I do need to get rid of this sulfur and plastic bar, though. Where's the sulfur going? Sulfur is going into here. Plastic bar is going into there. We have a bunch of wood to get rid of. Some stone to get rid of. Some coal to get rid of. Doesn't look like anything else. I should go grab some pipes because we're out of those as well. Okay. Looks about right. Half a stack of chain signals would be a good idea. Okay. Okay, we have an absolutely insane amount of copper just piled up. So that's been running without any copper being removed for a while now. needless to say, I think we're going to be good on the subject of copper production for a good long time, which is very nice. It will save me significant effort. Okay, you need to be named. Like, can I parameterize? Okay, no. I can't parameterize the rail station names. This is iron plate loading. Train limit 3 makes perfect sense. Color. Bit of a bluish, purplish kind of. Okay, that's probably a better color right there. Get more of a slaty blue. Okay, and then you get renamed as well. You are iron ore unloading. Okay. Train limit 3 makes perfect sense for this. We don't want the stackers being completely full, or overfilling, I should say. Alright, now I have insufficient train for this. Let's go get more train. Okay. You must acquire more train. Alright, so I want 6 of these. Means I need 12. And then I need 24 of these. 24. Alright. Now, I am going to have to duplicate this setup. Okay. You are iron plate unloading. And you are iron ore loading. We'll do the first set of 3. Okay. Copy over the colors. I should have named them already. This can be iron ore. Okay. Now, add station. Iron ore loading. Until full cargo. And then go to iron ore unloading until empty cargo. Add interrupt, refuel. Okay. For some bizarre reason, all of them except the one I was modifying are already set to automatic operation. Okay. So they're all going to go refuel as soon as they can. The problem is that the first one to get there is just going to sit and wait. But anyway. You are iron plates. We want iron plate loading, add weight condition, full cargo, iron plate unload, add weight condition, empty cargo. Refuel has already been added. Okay. Now, you're automatic, you're automatic, and you're automatic. And they're all waiting because they have nowhere to go because the fuel station's full. And the fuel station's full because these trains have nowhere to go. Yeah, anyway. Well, they will slowly cycle through, I guess. Maybe. We do have enough stackers for all of them, so as long as one of them is parked at the... Okay, anyway. Now. Oh. These stations lost their names when I pasted over them. You are copper plate loading, which is no longer in the list. Okay. At least the trains that had that stop remembered it. And you are copper ore unloading. And all the trains that want to come here are busy getting loaded over there. Which is fine. Alright. Now, the next thing to do... You are empty. Good. The next thing to do is to go and adjust our iron train so it's shorter. We're just straight up going to delete this iron train. And then we're going to adjust to this one so that it only unloads from 4 stations instead of 6. Actually, it's not anywhere close to empty yet, so we'll have to wait on that. But we are going to delete the train. Empty, no longer serves a purpose. That did give us a bunch of coal, so let's go get rid of that. Okay. Now, the next step is go fix this iron mine so that it's a little bit less ambitious about what's going on. It's not a very good iron designed station. It's not a very good iron mine station, but it is a lot better than no iron mine station, and I don't feel like completely redesigning it, so. Okay. So technically all I should have to do is cut off the bottom of these bottom 2. Although that is a lot of ore stored up. And change this from 36 to 24. So let's start with this. And then I need to figure out what I'm going to do with all this tons of iron ore. Well, actually, I know exactly what I'm going to do with these tons of iron ore. I'm going to load them into a train. Alright, then we have to redo those. It's a colossal mess. How many? I have 12 bulk inserters, so we can't replace these with bulk inserters yet. As much as I would like to. Okay. That'll work. all. Let's give you a little bit of rocket fuel. Pull those cars out of the way. And let's get some more cars in here. Wait a second. No, those are completely full. Where did it come from? Thought I had the belts cut before I parked those. That's odd. Oh, of course. This is equivalent to a little less than 1 chest. We're feeding 5 chests in. Okay, so this is going to take a while to fill up. Put it that way. Meanwhile, what is the button to connect 2 trains together? I guess I have to look into the settings. Let's see. There used to be a button that you could use. There we go. J or K. J to connect train. Okay. Pull that ahead a little bit. And get 2 more train cars on. And we'll keep doing that until we've got all the ore out of these chests. And then we're going to have to slowly cycle this through the furnace. Unloading 4 at a time. Well, we'll go park this. We'll go park these over at the Lost and Found. Drop them off. And then we'll pick them up and haul them in 4 at a time. Later. Once I can persuade the stations to make room, persuade the trains to make room for me. This might take a little while. Do I even have any more train cars left? No, I don't. All right. Yeah, we'll just head straight over to the unloading area. We'll order the train that's currently sitting there to move. Okay, you go to Lost and Found. You go to the Lost and Found. Back up. There we go. There. Now, while that does its thing, I am going to go grab 2 more cars so we can get an 8-car train going. And then we'll be able to do 2 trainfuls in one trip. If I can remember where the train cars are. There they are. Okay, do you have some stations? I'm gonna go create another Lost and Found station. Or 2 or 3, so I have places to send trains to park them when they're in the way. Okay. Now, looks like they've unloaded the front 4. I'm not going to bother letting it unload the rear 2. Because that'll just create problems for future me, and I don't want to bother with that. Alright, we'll attach that later. Now, let's get ourselves to the iron mine. Okay. Boom. Load the front 2. I was about to say I do wish I had stack inserters. Bulk inserters, whatever. But I have enough to upgrade at least these 2. That should make it go a lot faster. There. And there we go. The next 2 are already full. We're getting there. Okay. One more trip with probably half these cars and we'll have it all out, I think. All right. Oh no. We pulled out a little too far. Now we're going to have to take a scenic route. On a very slow train. Because it's a little bit overloaded for the number of engines it has. Even with rocket fuel. It is not going to set any speed records. Why is that train sitting on the main line? I think it's waiting to get to Lost and Found. Let's go figure out what the heck's wrong with that train. There's probably a misplaced signal somewhere or something, but I do remember having multiple trains in Lost and Found before, so... What is the issue here? Oh, it wants to go to Lost and Found. It wants to go to the wrong copy of Lost and Found. There we go. Alright. Looks like our train is empty already. Stack inserters for the win. Load the back four. There we go. And I'm going to remove the front four. I don't think we're going to need an 8-car train for this next little project. All right. Off we go. Load the front two. I suppose that the only faster way to do this that I can think of would be to completely empty my inventory and just move it to nearby chests. But to actually move it to where it goes, this is by far the fastest way to do it. Okay, so I think we'll be able to fit all this in. Alright. Now I'm going to pull this ahead and let it fill the train completely. We have a nice even loaded train. I don't want to have to deal with uneven amounts going through. Not a big deal, but I would rather have everything be nice and even. Okay, so this should be a suitable station, actually. I'm going to go ahead and rename it now. Iron ore loading. Boom. A whole bunch of trains have just woken up to the fact that they have places to go and things to do. Okay. You, sir, are not in the right spot. As you only have one locomotive, and I forgot that was a problem. Alright, well, we'll let the front three unload. We'll let the rear three unload into here, and then we'll back up and unload the last one into there. You stole my rocket fuel, you scumbags. And you better not have dumped it onto the line where it's going to create a problem. I don't think so. No, there's no rocket fuel on the line. Okay, good. Alright, this thing's empty. Actually, just going to go ahead and delete it right here while I'm thinking about it. I was thinking about going to take it and parking it lost and found, but better to get rid of it. Okay. So we have iron ore being delivered automatically. Now we just have to set up the places to get rid of the iron plates. And the copper plates, for that matter. Okay. So now that our goal has been accomplished, we need to actually start building our new factory. But where? I don't want to mess with this one too much until I have all of its functions replaced. Oh yeah, that's right. I was going to import iron over here. Yeah, we're nowhere close. We're nowhere close to empty. There's like 30-some thousand iron just sitting in chests here. That's going to take a good long time to use all that up. So there's no point in converting that over yet. It looks like our biggest area with no problems or whatever is here, south of the lake. So what I should do is reroute the ammo belt now. Let's go do that. Okay. Let's run the new ammo belt. Then we will redirect the old ammo belt onto the new one and delete the old one as it goes. This will be a little bit inconvenient, particularly when we run out of belt, several hundred belt away from where we need to be. Let's go grab some more of those. Now that we have enough trains running, we probably should have to look both ways before crossing the tracks. Lest we turn into a pancake. Am I that low on repair packs? Looks like it. Well, let's make a few of those then. Okay, so not too far away from here. We meet up with the end of this. And let's go ahead and put that in. Alright, now back down to the opposite corner of the base where we will cut off this old section of ammo belt and then start removing it. And the whole thing should happen with minimum disruption. All we have to do, go down here, turn that section of belt, and off we go. Although what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to strip this section of wall. Okay. Go ahead and remove these. I could set up a deconstruction planner to handle it all automatically, but it's not worth it. Basically what you'd want to do is set it to blacklist rails. And I can't be bothered. I would kind of like to design my entire rail network around roboports. Let's see, how large are roboports? Does it say what their footprint size is? I don't think it actually lists things footprint. It looks like it is 4 tiles by 4 tiles, which means if I moved rails one more rail width apart, then you could put roboports periodically in between the rails. It would make rail networks take up even more space than they already do, but not that big of a deal. We're gonna have to go drop off more stuff. Okay. Everything been collected? Yes, it has. I'll get the stuff back here first. We're out of power, that's the problem. Okay. And there we go. All neatly taken care of. Now that that's out of the way, they missed a spot down there. Okay. I think the next thing to do is put in the next section of rail. Guess that'll do it. Lovely. And we're out of rail. Of course we are. Because of course we're out of rail. Well, we'll just place the blueprints. And then we'll go get the rail we need. So this section of rail mostly serves just as a fast way for trains to get back to the south. And unfortunately for me, the network down here and the network up there do not align. So we are going to have to do some creative reconstruction to make it work. Namely, You gotta go. And you gotta go. Alright, now we need to go back and get more rail. And then we will connect those two together with a bit of simple diagonal. That would be another one of the very few places where a good four-way junction would be useful. Alas, I did not design one of those. Maybe a future iteration of my rail blueprints will feature that. Alright. Although I really do think that a Roboport rail blueprint is a good idea, and I probably should do it. The problem is if I'm designing rails around Roboport distance, that basically means that I should just take the rails from my wall rail blueprints and add junctions to them. But it does mean each section is going to be huge. Does it go from like here to here? Well, sections will be about double the size they currently are. Which isn't too bad. It would definitely allow for more efficient junctions. And it would be entirely possible to design quad track mains around something like that too. I don't know if Factorio's train path finding is good enough to really get the most out of quad track mains. Because you can do some interesting stuff with a quad track main, in theory. Such as okay, well, you're annoying. There, that'll work. Such as having it so only the outer tracks join a junction and the inner tracks just go straight through it every single junction. And then have periodic crossovers between the inner and outer tracks. But for that to be effective, there needs to be some kind of logic in place that tells the trains that they really should be on the inner track. I don't think there's a way to do that in Factorio that makes any sense. You can't really set a pathfinding priority on the track or whatever. Anyway, thank you very much for the follow, Skyfox. Greatly appreciate it. Okay. So the new bypass track is in. And I think we are going to start building the new factory between these two tracks and above the oil field. So the thing to start with is the service station for this area. Fortunately, these are pretty explosive resistant, apparently. I don't feel like just shooting them normally, because that takes forever as well. Goodbye, trees. There are a couple more rocks in here. Trees are annoying, but rocks are the worst. So far, I haven't even hardly seen any of the content from the new update, and I've been playing for several days. But I am playing quite slowly, so... I think I probably have all the materials together that I could go to space if I decided to, but... I'm not really ready to do that. Just because I have the materials to build a rocket and a few other things doesn't mean I could have the materials to do it consistently, and there's no point in doing it until I can do it consistently, in my opinion. Alright, fine, I'll mine this one. That's the fastest way to get rid of it. It doesn't mean I'm going to have copper and, or not copper, coal and stone in my inventory that I'm going to get rid of later, though. There's a lot of quality of life changes. A lot of very good ones. Some that I wish were a little different. But not that many of those. Alright, well that's my last... No, this is my last grenade. Now I'm going to hook it over there. Alright, that should be plenty of space cleared. I really should start making concrete. Or I should have started making concrete a while ago as the actual... Yeah, for example, I have my trains... Speaking of train changes, I have them going to my refinery to refuel. So I don't have to haul train fuel all over creation. That alone is amazing. Alright, so where is a stacker lane? I could put a T right there and then build out the unloading station here. Alternatively, could do it over here as well. I don't think there's any cliffs over there that will create a problem. There is one negative quality of life feature. You don't get cliff explosives until you go to a planet. I don't remember which one. I noticed it in the research. And that is turning out to be a little bit problematic. Because I want to build huge train stations. And the game wants to put cliffs in the way. Yeah, I don't have elevated trains yet because I don't have the research for them. I don't remember what it takes. But I don't think you have... Or do you have to go to another plant to get the research for them? I don't remember. I guess I'll find out next time I look at the research menu, which won't be for a little while. Not until I start building the next science pack anyway. Which is what this factory is supposed to be for, so we can start properly building the next science pack. Something weird is going on with Twitch and Firefox. Well, that's not good. Let's see. I think I'm going to build the station outside the area. Let's go get more grenades. Okay. Grenades are right over here. Let's get rid of some of these walls. And that gets us to a much more reasonable amount. We're currently not producing much in the way of pollution, so there's not much attacks going on. Which means that not much ammo is being consumed. Anyway. So where do I want to put this T? I think I'll stick it right here. Let's remove those signals. Get the T junction. Boom. Alright. Roboport off while I design this station. Need a stacker lane. Goes right there. How many stacker lanes should I add? This is after all going to be the primary delivery station for this area. So we're going to need iron, copper. I think I'll produce the steel on site. At least some kind of oil product. Coal. Let's just go for an even 10 stackers for now. We're definitely not going to put this piece on. This is my absolutely monstrous melting setup. One full red belt per train car. Straight from one set of train cars into the next. A little bit excessive. What we do want though is unloading bays. And I am going to actually leave some space in here just in case I need to add more stacker lanes or whatever else. No, I'm not going to. Screw that noise. Okay. Let's clear out these trees. So I can see what I'm doing. Now that I have the height set and everything. We're definitely going to have to go back and get more rail. Also, this is where me not fixing the stations is going to come back to bite me. I'm probably going to have to go in and manually place some rail pieces to make things work. Alright, so for starters, I'm just going to bring in the things we need, because we can always add on another unloading bay as we need it. So, 2 unloading bays, 1 for copper, 1 for iron. I believe that's correct. Grab the station templates and check spacing. Looks like spacing is correct. Good deal. And these did not link up because they are 1 block too short. You know, 1 rail length. I need to go fix those blueprints, and I can't be bothered to do it right now, so I'm not going to. Also, did I keep that upgrade planner? I think this is it. There we go. Speaking of other things need to be fixed. Alright. Unleash the robot. Need new rail blueprints? Yep, all the curves are just that little tiny bit too long now. On the right side, you do have 22-degree diagonals if you want them, which I've found them to be very handy so far. It's a small price to pay. I went through and fixed all my station blueprints to have the new curves, and I didn't fix them quite completely enough, and now I need to go do it again. They're mostly correct, they're just a little tiny bit wrong. They're 1 piece of rail too short on the tails. I think I still have an old one that wasn't fixed in here. Yeah, here. This is what rail blueprints look like. They just have a single piece of rail in the corners. And if you go look at them, they don't know what a curve looks like. Diagonals are all facing the wrong way. They're broke. But anything that's perfectly straight still works. It's just if it has a bit of any curves in it or any diagonals, then it falls apart. Most of my blueprints are okay though, or have been fixed. The wall blueprints aren't fixed yet because they have rails in them. Some of these blueprints were just temporary things. I'm not even sure why they're stuck in here. These I'm sure are completely broken. Yeah. I don't even know why I have those. They're craptastic. Matter of fact, let's delete them right now. These are really old, small wall blueprints that I probably should delete. What else do I have in here I need to fix? It looks like I don't know if the reactor blueprints are going to work or not. I don't know what changes were made to reactors. Guess I'll find out when I get there. This blueprint's completely trashed. That blueprint has problems with it that I just noticed a little while ago. The automated refinery blueprints work fine. And yeah, I need to fix the wall blueprints. Alright, what am I missing? Tons of bulk inserters and some train stops. Is that it? Oh, and some steel chests, okay. Steel chests, bulk inserters, and train stops. Okay. Yeah, I don't use too many blueprints most of the time. Like game to game. I tend to use copy and paste a lot or make blueprints that are only used for one game. Okay, steel chests. Bulk inserters. Hopefully that's enough of them. Although I should get another batch going. Yeah, let's get another batch of those going before I forget. Just grab some red circuits off the line. That should be enough. Grab some fast inserters. Okay. Let's get my inventory cleaned. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Let's go get rid of some of this ammunition. That should be plenty. Alright. I definitely have way too many fast inserters now. Oh well, we'll use a whole bunch of them while we're building this factory, and then I will have probably not enough. Not to mention we're going to leave 200 of them here to be turned into bulk inserters. Alright. Now, I think that was everything I needed. I guess we'll find out in a minute. Sushi belts? Yes. These are actually one of the things that I did copy over from a different game. Although I did tweak them some for this one. These little loops are fed with a variety of common and useful things here at the top, and then they just circulate fixed amounts of them around and around as they go. There's a little bit of feeding, cross-feed from machine to machine for some of these, for things that aren't otherwise on the belt. But this is basically my version of them all. Because if I want something new, if it's made out of relatively basic components, it's likely to be either on the belt or made with stuff that is on the belt. Then I can just pick a pair of machines that are across from each other or something and throw it together real quick. And in the few cases where it requires something advanced that's not available, I can just either side feed off of a nearby belt or drop a chest and put some components in it. Or both. In some cases. Let's see, do I have a case like that around here actually? I used to. I was feeding, whatever I call it. Well, here we're feeding in fluid off the belt, off the side of it. Sushi belts are really powerful in certain circumstances. A mall type thing and research labs are the two things I like to use them for. But I use very different styles of belt for the research labs. Let's see, where's the blueprint for that? This blueprint is obviously going to require modification. Now, here's one for a much larger variant of that mall belt that has its own green circuit production, its own steel production, its own gear wheel production built into it. That was a bit of a... It worked, but it was too big. What was I looking for, though? Oh, yeah. Where's it at? There we go, lab header. This thing. Here. This one works purely by reading what is going past on a small segment of the belt. And then it, if it detects less than the requested amount, or less than the requested ratio of a specific kind of science pack, it feeds more of that science pack on. So it doesn't... Like those other loops used memory cells to count exactly how many items were on the belt. And then it would keep X number of this and X, Y number of that, and so on. This one just goes, it doesn't look like there's enough red cells, or red packs. We'll dump some more on. It's much more informal about what it keeps on the belt. Which works great for science, but doesn't work so great for other things. But I'm definitely going to have to modify that loop to fit more science packs. And I think there's some changes I can make to it that'll make it a little more efficient too. I forgot to get train stops. Damn it. Oh well. Back we go. Get more train stops. Also, while I'm thinking about it, I'm going to cut off this power plant. Because this needs to be moved. Okay. That means that there's a lot of coal in my inventory that has to be gotten rid of, so let's go dump that in... Oh, which set of furnaces look more ambitious at the moment? Steel? Or not steel, iron. Okay, train stops right there. there anything else? We're low on rail signals, but I don't need them right now. We have way too many gun turrets, but that's fine. Actually, I'm going to go dump some of these gun turrets into the gun turret chest. Alright. We'll let that run out of coal, and then I'll come back and clean it up and move it down to the new power plant. Okay. Also, I need to run power back here. Let's do that up here. Okay. Lovely. Now, you are going to be iron, and you are going to be copper. Train limit 3 seems reasonable. We'll just leave that alone. Okay. And just like that, the first iron flows in. And the first copper. And I'm actually going to preemptively put in the undergrounds for this. Okay. Those are not actually going to be correct. Of course they won't. Can I move these one farther south without breaking anything? Yes, I can. That might work. That should work. All right. Now, you go that way. Okay. Get away, trees. Yeah, emphasis on should. Crossing the tracks right here is going to be annoying. We'll cross those tracks when we get to them. Alright, it's too wide to cross. Let's see. Pretty much all of this is going to be too wide to cross. We're going to have to cross down here. Alright. Get that all drawn out. 12 sciences? Yep. It's going to be a little while till you get that many, because it is the standard set of sciences that it always was before. At least that it's been in modern times. And then it is one science for every planet that you go to after that, I think. I think it's one for every planet. Didn't have a blueprint for this. Oops. Well, I have succeeded in running myself out of stuff. Yeah, we'll go across right about there. All right. Beautiful. Now, let's go get ourselves some more belts so we can get that finished. Yeah, it's going to be much more interesting trying to feed labs now. Just trying to get them close enough to the lab so you can get an inserter to reach it is going to be... Well, let's put it this way. I'm glad I've spent many years at this point using sushi belts for my labs, because it's going to be even more important than it ever was before. Now, speaking of things that are important, it's time to remove this now. Who were you feeding? Oh, you were feeding the other. Okay, I see. I see. Yep, then we're going to go down and add this to the other area. Alright. As a matter of fact, I might as well go do that right now while I'm thinking of it. I think I have all the materials I'm going to need for this. Yeah, let's do this first. As long as this doesn't consume all of my belts. Upon second thought, no. Get in here, robots. You're going to use up all my belts on that, and then I won't be able to build anything. Okay. I do have some rocket fuel. Dang it. I never did make the, there we go. Sometimes adding temporary stations can be a little finicky. We'll have to walk most of the way, though, because I never did add the rails down here. I have a stub ready to add them to. I just need to, you know, actually add the rail. And I don't have enough rail with me to add them even if I wanted to on this trip. Because, as earlier me said, yeah, I'm running a little low on rails, but we're not going to need them for what I'm doing. Or something along those lines. Yeah, about that. Okay. Now. That should be about right. Okay. Keep placing these till it tells me I can't. Okay, now. All right. Lovely. Now that we're no longer burning any coal for power, I will no longer have to worry about well, using up too much coal. Could you please not build all that stuff? Thank you. I just wanted to check this wall to see how it was doing. And the answer is it's taken light damage, but the flamethrowers have been winning. Guessing it's been attacked at least a little bit because the pollution is hitting these. But it looks like a little bit is the right term for that. Alright. These tanks are still not empty. Oh, they're empty enough that I can delete one of them. Okay. Power plant's doing fine. Alright. Off to the frozen north we go. Well, not exactly frozen. Man, each of the other planets sounds so interesting. I kind of can't wait till we get there, but also I'm not exactly going to rush either. Although I really should start mining uranium as I pass the future uranium patch station. Okay, fuel. Get that rocket fuel. And then I want to go to there. Very short trip by train. Annoyingly long trip on foot. It will be carried forward by the diligence, or lack thereof, of the bots. Actually, it looks like they're being really efficient about this. Good. Okay, how much do I have left? 119 transport belts. Okay, what should I start with? I'm tempted to start just laying out blocks of sciences. However, that is probably the wrong idea. Let's see. Production science or utility science? Utility science can be more of a pain in the ass because it requires processing units. And I kind of hate processing units. Production science just requires red circuits. So, actually, does it require? Yeah, it just requires red circuits. That's going to be trivial. That'll be by far the easiest one to do, and therefore, also, electric furnaces are always nice to have, so might as well automate those. Oh, what are we going to need here? Stone brick, stone, which means we should just import stone and make the stone brick on site. Iron and copper, obviously, and steel, and then plastic. Which means we should add a stone unloading bay. And we should add an unloading bay for, we're gonna call it. For plastic. Are we going to produce the plastic on site or are we going to produce it off site? Because we produce the plastic on site, then we need to bring in coal and also we're going to call it. Impact gas. Alternatively, okay, first of all, I should really build a new refinery because our current refinery is kind of crap. And I should build it properly sized for trains with train stations for various materials we're going to need from it, including sulfuric acid for uranium mining and I gotta call it. Probably should deliver coal to the refinery and produce the plastic on site. Let's deliver plastic here. Also, I need to go fix this because I still have not made these longer. And look at that. They fit perfectly in there. I actually did it right for once. All right. Oh, that's right. These all have the wrong materials. The blueprints are also set for blue belts, which are a little bit farther along than what I need. I need to scale them back to red. All right. Now, I do not need to run 2 full red belts of plastic, or 2 full red belts of stone for that matter. So I'm going to actually remove, oops. Going to remove 1 each of these balanced poles. This reminds me we need to go set up the stone station as well. Okay, so you going to be coal. No, we weren't going to bring coal in. We were going to bring in plastic. This is stone. And for stone, we want a nice brown color. Oh, what would give us a nice brown? A little too yellow. It's a little too red. A little too dark brown. That might look okay. Yeah. After it's been darkened by applying it to the actual structure. Looks fine. Actually, you do not. I do not want you to be stone unloading. I want you to be bright white, or at least as bright as white as the game allows. And this is plastic unloading. You know what? I think I'm having second thoughts already. Because we're going to need coal for military science anyway. And we're going to need sulfur. And eventually we're going to need batteries. I think the right solution is to just deliver pet gas and produce the other products in a small chemical plant on site. Yeah, we're going to need sulfuric acid for the processing units. Sulfur is very bulky to transport. So it's far better to just transport. We'll bring in coal and pet gas. So this is going to be coal. Which means I'm going to need to set up a new coal station. And it also means that we need a pet gas bay. Which conveniently I have pre-designed. And I'm really glad that past me took the time to properly build all of these station blueprints, and so all I had to do for this run was fix them for the update. Okay, we got plenty of tanks. I think we have enough pumps. All right. Now, we need to go get steel chests and bulk inserters. And we're just about out of rail. But considering that we're done with this, I think we'll be okay. Oh yeah, and also transport belts. And all the belt gear to go with it. Okay. Also, I should start getting roboports constructing. Because I kind of want to cover the new area with roboports. I don't really care about logistics spots. But I do very much care about construction bots. Yay. I should have grabbed the steel chest first. At least we don't have far to go for them. Do one stack for now. I don't remember what their stack size is. I think it might be 10. Anyway. Alright, well we got a couple of roboports now. Let's grab some flying robot frames while I'm here. And let's see. All concerters. More chests. And then belt stuff. And I think that's it. That should be enough for now. Yeah. Hopefully we won't need any more rails until we go build the stations. Because we are going to need to build a new a stone station. Because we don't have one of those. And we're going to need a new refinery station somewhere. Because the current refinery is just kind of slapped down in the middle of a particularly janky train station. I'm not a big fan of it, to say the least. So the main reason I want to cover the factory with construction bots is because that way, when I am in space, I can still build back on the planet if I need to. By having the bots do things. And unless I have the bots at least able to access the ability to build more of themselves, then we're going to have a unfortunate time. I suppose technically as long as you had two roboports placed within range of each other, you could always have one roboport delete the other and leapfrog them to get to where you needed to build things. But that sounds like pain and suffering, so let's not do that. Okay, one roboport there. One over there. Okay. That looks about right. Let's just go and tessellate the area with roboports before I forget. And then next time we go back for more supplies, we can go ahead and grab some roboports out of the chest and get them placed. We'll just build the factory around those roboports, and that will make everything work much nicer. Alright, in the meantime, these things need 2 electronic circuits and 1 flying robot frame per construction bot. Let's order 50 of them, and then we'll dump them into local roboport. Also, maybe it's time you start building substations. What kind of range does a substation even have? 18 by 18? Not that large. I mean, it's large, but yeah, I don't know. Okay. Let's bring the other notional resources over here. Yeah, we'll need 2 more belts and then a pipe. And this will form the beginnings of our bus, such as it is. Get out of the way, you. Okay. That goes there. Definitely the lazy way to do this. Also quite effective. Okay. Oops. One drawback of this approach. It doesn't lock on the same as normal dragging would. Alright. That used up pretty much all of our remaining belts. Now, Going to need stone. And I'm going to need coal. And we're going to need pet gas. Okay. We're probably going to need a pumping station along the length of this somewhere because of the new pipe rolls. Not reporting the pipeline extent is very long yet. Okay. Now, that all the materials are notionally here, let's go make them be actually here. So we need to go get ourselves. How many miners do I have? Not enough. Let's go get more miners. We need more. Oh, not power poles. We're good on that. Need more rail. Need more signals. We're good on stations. We are not good on locomotives. Now we are. That's 2 full trains worth. Let's store some of our extra walls. Also our gates. Mining drills. We need more of those. Okay. I think we're full on station building components. Alright. Grab some roboports. And then we need that's not enough of those. Alright, what is the limiting factor? Oh, we've run out of iron. Okay. Well, waiting for this to happen for a while. This stuff here is still mission critical. So we are going to have to continue applying iron to this. Let's see. I can fix this without too much problem. All right. How are these actually set up? Non-modular loading bay. Oh, okay, we just split it and send half north, half south. All right. Yay. Use the fish trick to make sure we don't have crap just sitting on the end. Like that one will have. Currently has. Okay. New unloading bay is done. Now, let's strip out some of this outdated stuff. And I suppose amongst other things that could count as outdated is the old iron line. Because this is going to become a new iron plate station. Okay, I'm going to set train limit to 1 here. And I'm going to rename it to Iron Plate Unloading. Which should summon a train here. What are you doing? Is your inventory not full? Surely we didn't consume all of the iron plates that were available. Maybe we did. In which case... you're full. Okay, you're almost full. Oh, I see. That station screwed up. That's probably what caused it. Alright. Off we go. I should go get my car. Also, I should remove all of these and redo them better later. Gotta say. Why are these acting like they're not connected? Maybe because they're not on? Okay, that's showing up the whole area. Whatever. I need to remove those. They were never intended to be built. I should get rid of them before some enterprising bots go do terrible things to them. Terrible things meaning wasting my time. Seriously? Okay. We're one roboport short of covering the whole area. Turn the bots off so they don't go start building these before I can order them deleted. This is where much earlier in the game I was messing around with designing my, or fixing my train blueprints. All right. Now, I'll do, I suppose. Go ahead and make sure they're nice and consistent. That way if I got my distances off between them, at least they'll all be off by the same amount. Probably end up removing a lot of those poles as we go. Okay. Now, stone. I hope I have enough for this. So the patch of stone I want to mine is over here. There's 1.8 million stone there, which is plenty. I just need to get these rails to head down past these cliffs, and then we'll put in a little stone station, and all will be well. At least that is the idea. So first things first, let's set ourselves up a little train for the ride there. Okay. There's just enough cliffs here to be really in the way. I think that'll do. Yeah, that'll do. Get a couple of these rocks out of the way. Oh, I do miss the lovely simplicity of cliff explosives. made everything so much nicer. Alright, we'll place the rest of that later. For now, there. Okay. So this place does not deserve nearly as fancy of a station as some of the previous ones. Because it's just stone. Honestly, I'm tempted to reuse this blueprint again. The problem is, this blueprint is for the wrong size train. That said, that is a fixable problem. Okay. Namely, we just have to chop the bottom off of this. And put it in not quite so far down. So first of all, let's blow out some trees. Like so. Alright. Now, go ahead and park one of our shiny new trains in here. And then, boom. Right there. Lovely. Okay. Select new content. Okay. Trim it. The size. And you don't go there. All right. Lovely. That should work quite nicely. All right. Get to work, robots. Let's finish this thing. It is a bit of a limited station. It is just simply... Oh, dang it. There were some extra bits there. Anyway. It is simply... two stacker lanes. Okay. Beautiful. All right. Two stacker lanes, one actual operative lane. Nothing fancy otherwise. So we need the non-modular loading bay. Boom. Yeah. Lovely. There's a few bits in here that need the fish trick and didn't get it. Okay, that's not needed here. Okay, power is supplied. Please stop. I don't want wood in my inventory. Okay. How much was this again? 1.8 million? Not a very large patch. I suppose it will do though. Should turn this into an actual blueprint instead of just copying it every time. Okay. Lovely. Now, we'll do the traditional header for 2-lane output. Going to have to adjust a little bit, of course. All right. So you all get fish tricked. You don't need to exist anymore. Okay. And you get just plain old output priority right. And then to fix the output priority right, we will do this. That's backwards. Okay. Lovely. All right, now. This one probably doesn't need to use any output priority, but we'll leave it alone for now. Look at the power. And there comes the first stone. The entire patch is covered except a little bit over here, which let's go ahead and cover now. Just drop a couple of quick. There. That will do. Not that you'll ever need anything quite that fancy, but it's the principle of the thing. Alright. Oh. There's a roboport placed there. I should either place all those roboports or remove them. Alright. Now, the stone station. Grab the color for this. And you get renamed Stone Loading. Alright, and you add station, stone loading, add station, stone unloading, add weight condition, full cargo, add weight condition, empty cargo, add interrupt, refuel. Automatic. It wants to go refuel right now. Alright. It'll be back. And I should probably build a second stone train. Okay. I need to give you a group. And also I'm pretty sure I already copied and pasted you a color, but you forgot it because this is set by default and I don't want that set by default. I wonder if I can find a place where I can change that in the settings. Anyway, when it gets back here, we'll copy its information and... Oh wait, it's not coming back here. Well, it will eventually. It's going to go on load first, I think. Maybe not. Nope, okay, it's coming back here. Okay. So we just need to give this thing a bit of fuel and it will go do the thing as well. Alright. Lovely. Wasn't there a train station? Yes, there was. This one has some sort of problem that's not causing... Oh, it's not even hooked up. I see what the problem is. Alright, let's go fix that. I'm not sure how I completely forgot that iron was shut off for a while. But here we are. Let's prune the copper station on the way by. And then I need to get to the iron station with all speed. Means I probably should drop a train for this. Oh, I don't have any locomotives. Okay. I should go recover my car from where I left it parked. Oh well, it's not a far run to get to the iron station from here. Alrighty. Oh, come on. I guess we had almost exactly the right number of okay. I don't know how that got screwed up, but it's unscrewed now. The iron can flow once more. Now, we need to go get stuff. Specifically, we need these things. And then we also need all of the fast transport belts we can get our hands on. Okay. I did make 50 construction bots, so we'll deploy them down here. Not that they'll be much use because there aren't any containers they can grab out of yet. I will have to fix that. Let's see, what do we need? Have a stack of big poles, wouldn't hurt anybody. Good on rails. I think we're good on most things. We just need more belts. Yeah. That was the first belt that's been produced. Oh, because we were out of iron. That's right. Well, it's a good thing that there were no emergencies that we had to go deal with. That required belts because we don't have them. I've got a little chew down somehow. Well, probably more accurately is it got a little spit on. Go ahead and remove this. This is the old iron smelter. Ugh. We're no longer delivering iron ore. We're now delivering plates, so this no longer serves a purpose. Additionally, we need to send some of that iron over here to make steel, because the steel furnace is no longer receiving iron ore either. So I should remove half of this. And then reconfigure the steel delivery. Let's see, this is the iron for steel. What used to be iron ore for steel. Okay. Lovely. Copper is still being produced locally until this runs out. But eventually the only thing that will be produced locally is the steel here. Once I figure out where I'm going to put in a copper station. Hopefully we move before that happens. We have all this moved before that happens, but yeah, I wouldn't hold my breath. Okay. I gotta have some yellow belts in here somewhere. There we go. That's a lot of coal to get rid of. Particularly now that we're not burning it nearly as much as we used to. Go see if we can dump it in the train over here. That worked. Got a little bit of iron ore, which we no longer have a use for down here. Alright. I'll have to run way over to the iron smelter to get rid of the iron ore in my inventory. Stone, wood. No, that's too big of a deal. Okay, the copper smelter is completely full. The iron smelter is completely not full. How many? I have 48 bulk inserters. That should be enough for one station. Alright. Now, what else do I have that I might want to get rid of? Not much for the moment. Except this wood and that stone. I really need to start working on getting concrete going, because we're going to need that for a bunch of things. It's just iron ore and stone brick and water. We can summon trains with most of those on them already. Not the stone brick, but we can summon stone trains. That may as well be the same thing. Where's that stone? There it is. Okay. Let's get this stupid alert stop flashing by going down here and dumping a RoboPort. Okay, so we've got stone here. Now the only thing left to deliver is coal and pet gas. And for pet gas, either I need to add a new station to the current refinery or I need to just go ahead and build a new refinery. One of those is a much better idea than the other. I should build a much larger, much higher capacity refinery with all of the production we will need on site. And I should probably put it over here close to this oil field. Or I should put it, well, I don't know. Down in this corner might make sense. There should be plenty of space for a refinery here. It'd be convenient for train refueling if I get rid of the old refinery. Eventually. Convenient to the old oil field. Several possible new oil fields. Yeah, we'll see. Okay. Yeah, coal next, I think. So do I have any large deposits of coal? There's a small coal mine over here that's 2 point some million. That's probably going to be sufficient because you really don't use that much coal. It's only used to make plastic. Now that we've more or less stopped burning it. I am currently using double-ended grains for coal. And I don't know if I want to fix that. Okay, correction, I do know. The answer is I don't. Also, this isn't quite set up right. There, now it is. Anyway. Even with burning all that coal, we did not use that much out of this patch. I might just... It's entirely unfit for purpose, though. The station. I think what I'm going to do for now, though, is I'm just going to run a belt down there. Because it's quite close. I will leave the coal station here for later when we have proper coal production farther away at a larger patch. But for now, the coal will just come in on a what do I call it? Just coming on a belt. This will be more coal than we'll need in a million years probably, but just in case it doesn't, we're ready. Alright, pet gas. Oh, we do not have space for trains of this size at our current refinery. That's just the long and short of it. So, new refinery time. I want to build the new refinery here. This space is probably just enough room for a refinery station. I don't know about the refinery itself. Also, it looks like we have some pesky expansion guys over there that I should probably go wreck. Because our walls end right here. Not a good place for the walls to end when there are fighters right there. How much ammo do I have right now? Let's see. $54. Probably should go grab a couple more stacks of it. Yeah. Grab another stack of ammo and then we'll go wreck that base before it becomes a problem. Okay, ammo. The excess is over here in this chest. That should be plenty. Let's go shoot biters. 72 turrets, 144 grenades, that should be enough. Okay. Don't think there's any roboports left along this section. Or, you know, blueprints for roboports. I really should actually add the roboports along the walls, but I successfully put it off long enough that those walls are, while still important to the protection of the base, not exactly where I want my final walls to be. And so I'm probably not going to spend any more time on them. Okay. Now, if somebody wants to eat me... Oh, these are just a bunch of worms. Well, who gives a shit about worms? I'll go bomb them anyway. Are you big worms? Yeah, you're big worms. Okay. That was definitely a biter expansion. For some reason it didn't spawn any nests though. But I am okay with that because 2 big worms, quite enough excitement as it is. Not the big worms are really that exciting. It's just kind of, yeah. At least we don't have behemoth worms yet. That's when things get really interesting. Oh, I'm sure they'll come along eventually, and then we're going to need to build thicker walls, not because of the worms, because of the biters and stuff that come along with them. Okay. All right. Pet gas. And the refinery that goes along with it. Or the refinery and the pet gas that goes along with it. Actually, we can just tap pet gas right off here. We don't need to bring it in by train yet. It's like the refinery's right there. Factory's right here. I can build this later. We'll build the gas part of the rack across the top here. Alright. That's a pipe too far according to the game. Now, I'm going to go put a pumping station at the bottom corner of this. And I'm going to go put a pumping station at the top corner. Both of them facing inward. I do have pumps on me, right? I have 2 of them. Exactly as many as I need. Okay. That pump isn't actually going to do anything yet, but when eventually we start receiving pet gas by train, it will matter. And we will eventually be receiving pet gas by train because this little refinery here it exists. Alright, let's put in the other pump here. Okay. I don't really like the ambience that plays whenever you're near a bunch of trees. Because it always makes me think a biter is going to eat me. Also, building these right up against the... Yeah, that was a bad idea. Okay. Lovely. We have pet gas, we have coal, we have stone, we have copper, we have iron. Outside of water, which we can just grab out of one of the ponds in the area and ship in. I don't think there's much else we need to do basic manufacturing. What we do need, however, is more fast transport belts. So we better go grab some of those. Hopefully enough have constructed since last time I was up there. But I guess we'll find out in a minute. Let's see. Transport belts. Let's get rid of some of that ammo. And then transport belts. We have 600 of them. That's a good start. We have lots of inserters. We have a reasonable number of power poles. We might be a little short on splitters, but I think probably will be okay for at least a bit of construction. All right. Now I need to decide what we need, what we're going to build, and where we're going to build it. How it's going to be laid out, all that fun stuff. All right, so we need these machines are not actually ever going to be used for assembly. They're a form of note keeping. Red science, green science, military science, chemical science, aka blue science, and purple science for now. Eventually we should add yellow science, but I'm not going to worry about that yet. Okay. Each of these things is going to require gears, and then this is going to require inserters, yellow transport belts, gears, and electronic circuits. We're not counting any of the raw materials we already have on belts. Okay. For the military science, we need piercing rounds, grenades, walls. I don't have any stone. I've been quite ruthless in getting rid of it. Okay. Piercing rounds, grenades, walls, and piercing rounds are going to need normal rounds, steel, where did I put those damn... There they are. Are you going to wake up and show what's in you? No? Not until I add enough, is it, huh? Alright. Let's go kill a rock so we can get it to show stone brick. Is there one of these that's just rock? Yeah, you. I don't need coal in my inventory, please. Thank you. Okay, stone brick. Now, that's all the intermediate products we're going to need for this. You need sulfur, advanced circuits, and engine units. Okay, so the sulfur part's easy. I think. Let's check. Yeah, it's just water and pet gas and a chemical plant. I do have some chemical plants in here, don't I? Oh yeah, I have tons of them. Alright. And then advanced circuits and engine units. Okay. For advanced circuits, we need green circuits. I'm ignoring the copper wire component of green circuits because there's no world in which you don't direct insert those. And then we also need sulfur. No, not sulfur. Plastic. Okay. And then for these, we need pipe, gear wheels, and steel. Oh, fine, whatever. I'll let you finish your progress so I don't waste resources. Okay. Pipe. And gear wheel. And steel. It's kind of interesting visual, actually. It shows you the increasing complexity of each science pack. Well, what I'm using this for is so I can quickly tell at a glance what I need to be producing for each one. Steel probably going to be centrally produced. Same with the brick. Well, let's get this next one laid out. Okay, rail, electric furnace, productivity module. Rail, electric furnace, prod mod 1. Okay, rail requires iron, stick, and steel. Okay. Good old iron stick that no one actually cares about ever. That's steel. We already have this in the row. Brick. Where is my stone? There it is. Okay. Okay. And then okay, brick, steel. Yep. And this is all things that we've seen already as well. Okay. This does not actually require that many more unique products. It just requires possibly large quantities of some of the more annoying ones. Okay. Should I go ahead and lay out yellow science as well? Might as well. Okay. We need blue circuits. We need need robo frames. And we need low density structures. Okay. For the blue circuits, we need red circuits. Which require green circuits and plastic. And we also need green circuits. And we also need sulfuric acid, which requires sulfur. Okay. So we've finished the blue circuits and we almost have the same number of products as what purple required already. Okay, so for these we need steel. Okay. Batteries, which are sulfuric acid, copper, and I'll call it. Green circuits, which are already here. Engine units, which provide us with another material we don't have available, lubricant. Which requires a material we don't have available. We'll have to likely deliver it somehow. Okay. Oh, and I need to add a machine for batteries. Okay. Then low density structures are plastic, steel, and copper. So we just need to, oh, well, we have all those materials in the list already. Okay. I don't know about you, but that looks like a pain in the ass. So the substation is not nearly as big as it really needs to be. Am I short of to build more substations? Steel? Sure. Let's make some. Got the furnaces right here. Alright, anyway. So, high priorities to go on to central, go on to be processed centrally and go onto a belt. Green circuits, although they'll be consumed in vast quantities, so some things may want them made locally. But pretty much everything requires some degree of green circuit. However, most of them are used up in making red circuits, blue circuits, and then small amounts on some other things. Let's see, what all uses them? It looks like just the robot frames use the green circuits directly. So if we put all our circuit production in one corner, oh, the prod mods do as well. So we need a few green circuits coming out. Oh, and the Okay, yeah, I keep finding things that use green circuits. Yeah, I don't think I need to put them onto a bus, though. As long as I put the production module production close to where we're producing the circuits, which would only make sense because they're all circuits anyway, and the inserters can just have theirs produced on site from raw materials. And then we just put all the red circuits and all the blue circuits in the same basic place. There, stop flashing at me so I can see your icons better. Alright. Steel. Stone bricks. Those make sense to centralize. Sulfur? Maybe? We don't use much sulfur. Most of it goes into making sulfuric acid. But if I put the yellow and the blue science close to each other, we can probably share sulfur between them. The lube is going to be a problem. We'll have to ship that in. Did I forget to include engines and all that stuff? Yes, I did. Alright, let's do that. Because this line is even longer. Alright. Actually, you get the joy of being the beautiful red engine unit. Wait, red engine unit's up this way already? No, it isn't. Okay. And then pipe. Okay, so pipe doesn't make sense to produce because it's, or produce centrally, even though it's used in several of these because it is produced so quickly that you don't need many machines to make a whole ton of it. They can just be produced and direct inserted. Or even better, produced and fed to a small number of machines that are right beside it. Gear wheels, somewhat the same. It makes sense to produce those near where you need them. And actually, there's not that many that use gear wheels. Here, stop flashing at me. We need gear wheels for the yellow science. We need gear wheels for the two basic sciences, but those are no big deal. They can probably share gear wheel production. Wait. Oh yeah, there are gear wheels here. Okay. And blue science need gear wheels, but it's as part of an engine unit production, so yeah. If we just build gear wheels and pipes into the engine unit production, then we don't have to worry about that. All right. Furnaces. Where do I put them? Do I put them inside the factory bounds, or do I put them across the rail over here? I think across the rail over here is a good place. That way I can more easily expand them without stuff getting in the way. And we can just hop across the rail and hop back with the produced stuff. So we're going to want to send stone and iron over there and get steel and stone brick back. I think that's all we have that's furnace processed. Yes. Okay. Unless I missed something. This is going to be really super helpful because I can just look and go, oh, what do I need for this? Ah, that. We'll probably have to move it, but it can stay there for now. Okay. So, let us... Damn it. This is what happens when you don't place radars. Well, I remember kind of how those will go together. I think they're 4 apart. The problem with this style is that the product is produced on the other end. But we can do this. And then we have steel and stone brick. And that'll be narrow enough to not interfere with the... and these are the returns. Although, I kind of want to do steel and stone brick on the same line. Because that turned out to be really useful in the main factory. Why are you facing the wrong way? Because I had my thing facing the wrong way, that's why. Alright, whatever. Now, I need to put the belt, send 1 lane to each side. Well, technically I don't have to send 1 lane to each side. Can't just straight up do this and side load. Because it doesn't matter if it's a lane or not. And then we put those there. Okay. That's what we'll do, I think. Wait, I can get across that? Oh, here. So it can. Don't need notes, need shrimp? I suppose. Although I disagree on the not needing notes thing. Because I definitely need notes or I will forgore. Okay. Let me just... get this set up. And then, yeah, as soon as I get this done, we will go see some shrimp. But if I don't get this done first, you can guarantee that I'll have forgotten all about what I was in the middle of doing by the time I get to it next. Okay. No, I've been sort of keeping an eye on the clock. Vaguely. Not as much of one as I should have, clearly, but... Okay. That will be combined steel and stone brick. And then I just need to build those, which will happen next week sometime. Because yes, it is 10:51. It is high time to wrap this up. Oh. Next week, whenever we get around to Factorio, which will happen eventually, we will be finishing off getting all the materials ready, the stuff that we're going to centralize, and then starting the circuit factory is probably the first part to build. So that's going to be fairly large and somewhat complicated. And then we'll start putting together the various sciences. See if we can get all the different types that can be built locally. So we can do more research in one gigantic science factory. And once the science factory is done, it'll be time to work on the rocket factory and actually go visit space. I don't know if we'll be able to finish the whole science factory in one stream or not. Depends on what day I stream it. If we have to wait all the way until next Saturday, that chance is much greater. However, I don't know if I'll throw in some Factorio during the middle of the week or not. We'll see. Tomorrow, though, is going to be some crab champions. Run around and shoot stuff on lovely tropical locales, or frozen locales, as the case may be. Tuesday, I believe I have a bunch of questing to do on Ultimate Iron Man. So we'll probably play some RuneScape. And then let's see. I'm not sure. Wednesday is going to be a toss-up between more Ultimate Iron Man questing or Factorio. We might insert a day during the middle of the week. I still have not decided what I'm doing Thursday. I'll drag some old game out of the figurative closet, and we'll have to revisit something that I haven't played in many years. There's a few options for that. I haven't really considered what ones make good options for Thursday, though. It is not yet time to start Fallout 3. But that's probably going to be one of the next upcoming ones in a month or two. Definitely the next long one. And then Friday will be some EDF. Before going straight back to Factorio for Saturday and Sunday. But for tonight, let's see. Is anyone by any chance streaming on my follow list? It looks like Abby is playing Alien Isolation. Is he really? Let's just refresh this and see if Twitch is lying to me. Nope, Twitch is not. He is indeed sleeping through air vents and whatever else he's doing in there. He just dropped out of something. All right. Fallen Haven. I'm not sure if I know what that is. What is Fallen Haven? Okay. I have never heard of this game. I certainly don't recognize it. But it looks like the kind of game younger me would have probably played once upon a time. An old one, but really fun. Well, the whole point of Thursday is to play old but fun ones. We'll have to see, though. I have a pile of things that need to get done. I just need to organize that pile and figure out what I actually want to do. But anyway, let's go raid Abby. Go see if we can see any jump scares or anything. I've never played that game and I have no desire to. Alien Isolation, that is. But watching other people play it, yeah. I don't really like scary games. I don't mind watching other people play scary games. There's a big difference between those two actions. But anyway, hopefully you all enjoyed over at Abby's, and I will see you all later. Good night, and goodbye.